What people will find surprising about this season of Succession is how relentlessly consistent it is, how strong this season is.
My family have disappeared. I need to know where everyone is and what everyone's thinking.
There he is, the little man who started this big war.
And there are some really fun turns with all of the characters, and it'll be a blast to kind of see how everybody responds to all the fun turns that they have in store. Willa is Connor's girlfriend, who initially started out as a hired girlfriend and then became his permanent girlfriend. I would say that she's incredibly savvy, a little bit manipulative, but I actually do feel like she's incredibly vulnerable as well and has a pretty big heart. So she's a weird mix of, she's a hybrid character. She's not as easily hateable as some of the other characters, in my opinion. I think over the seasons, it's been nice to just kind of understand what the dynamic is between these two people. It's a really complicated, kind of strange relationship that you don't see very often. So I was as interested as I imagine the audience was in trying to figure out like, what is going on here? In terms of Willa in particular, I will say there are a lot of people who have bin very disturbed by the like tossing of the iPad moment in season 2, like in a way that I did not expect. Like people are like, that was that was like terrifying. Like, I was like, oh, it's so funny. I didn't really think of it as being like a terrifying move in the moment because I was like thinking of it as like through Willa's journey to that, like chucking it off the boat. But I've been surprised at how many people are like, that was crazy and horrible. So every time I get one of these scripts, I feel so lucky just to be reading it. It's so exciting.
Do you have an actual case, Ken?
Yes, I can kill him.
Is he gonna watch?
Could we make a note in the minutes that he's watching?
The characters are all so clear and fun. It's almost like an elevated dialogue. It feels like Shakespearean or something. It's so different than anything that you kind of run into on TV. There's definitely like some eccentricity to it. And then to watch these like incredible actors take the writing and just play with every single take is like a different thing. I'm not kidding when I say I've learned from like every single actor on this show. Matthew McFadden, even watching him in a table read, it feels like he's like channeling like some like acting spirit god person. I'm like, how did you get this last night? And you're like coming to the table and you just, that's what you deliver is just like this like shiny, beautiful, like, you know, fantastic performance. And we're in a table read under like fluorescent lighting, just like, it's insane watching him. I think Sarah Snook, watching her and just how different she is from her character in real life. Like, you know, she's this kind of like hippie, fun, goofy, like blast of a person. And then just to see her like zip into Shiv, this like powerhouse shark dragon lady, it's like amazing. Nick Braun, I like love watching him just play, and he's so incredibly lovable. And he's also an incredible improv actor. He's really, really good. Watching Alan, playing with Alan, acting with Alan is such a treat. He's so open and vulnerable and there for it and quick. And then Brian Cox, it's like watching a giant just come in and just like be like throwing it down every single time. And he's also just like the most empathetic, kind human. In terms of pulling out a message from the show, I'm sure everybody has their own kind of takeaway. My takeaway watching it is, gosh, power can be lonely and cold. And that's what I'm constantly shocked by, is like watching all these characters is just like, what a cold and lonely life this seems to be. Even though they're all so entrenched in their dynamics, there's so much distance between all of them. And like couples that you know, Tom and Shiv and Logan and Marsha, like just watching and absorbing the way that they all interact with each other. I'm like, wow, you guys have everything. And it looks like the worst, most cold, you know, I want to take a bath after watching it and just like hug everyone that I love. I think people are really hooked on Succession because of the quality and the story. It's a really wild marriage of something that feels relatable to our time and to, you know, the way that we imagine those in power, and also kind of feels like this like foreign land that we all get to like kind of tap into this thing that's like kind of inaccessible, that not many people have access to. And then on top of that, I just think the quality, like there are a lot of people behind this project that like care very deeply. And I think that translates into the quality of the show.
Succession airs on HBO on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. Coming up on Popstar Plus, we've got a conversation you're not going to want to miss with a breakout star from the latest season of You on Netflix.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. You, the smash Netflix series starring Penn Badgley as a charming stalker serial killer, has returned. Now back for its third season. Audiences will see Joe and his wife Love set up in a new town where they meet a mom influencer played by Shalita Grant. Grant spoke to us why people cannot stop watching this show and what we're going to see from her character this season.
There's something so like gross that we all identify with Joe and we want him to like win, but like it's so terrible. You know, it's so much a part of our culture, you know, these stories of homicides and stalking and things. So I think that as we're a little desensitized to it, but again, it's just thrilling to identify with a bad guy. I would describe Sherry Conrad as the queen of Madre Linda. She is a momfluencer, which means that she's found a way to make her beauty and mistakes like bankable online. She has a stunning husband and perfectly imperfect children. And, you know, she really does run Madre Linda. And the deeper and deeper the audience gets into the inner sanctum of Madre Linda, you get an idea of what that hold is that Sherry has on the community.
I was super glad to see you in class today. That class is for really fit people, but don't worry, you'll get used to it. I had so much baby weight to lose.
Same, I had quite the journey. I mean, much worse than yours.
It was, it really was.
The first thing that I enjoyed that was like, oh, naughty little actress, I'm gonna really enjoy this. But the thing that was so juicy about Sherry is that she weaponizes her femininity in a really calculated way. There's a lot of gaslighting, a lot of manipulation, a lot of cattiness, and she really plays into the politics of pretty. Now, the challenge, when I talked to the showrunner and got like the arc of my character, I realized that there was gonna be some crying. The one thing that I couldn't do was cry on cue. So when I got the job, I was like, this gets billions of streamers. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna fail at this. So I went back to the drawing board and I went back and I was like, gotta do some, script analysis, break down the scene, get deeper into the character, and beyond like the physical and the fun, like really get to the heart and the soul of the character. And I'm proud to say that I did that role and that role made me a stronger actress.
Joseph, there you are.
It's Joe. Just Joe. This is a lovely collection, Peaches.
It's Peach.
I think what you learn about Peach, right, with her name, what's a peach? Well, it has like a hard core, it's sweet on the outside, but it has that hard seed, that really rock solid core. And you learn that Peach is really bitter. But we see Sherry is the queen of hearts at a costume party. And I think that at the end of the season, you learn that, Sherry is the queen of hearts. Like, she has a lot of heart. There's a lot of love at the core of Sherry. So I think that it's a bait and switch with Sherry. You think you're getting Peach, but you really get a different person. Especially when the going gets tough, it's really important to have, actors that have a lot of experience and are really committed to a kind of leadership. And I do have to say of Penn, Penn is really a dream. The serial killer that he plays, I don't think the show would be as successful if he was like a creep, if he was really a jerk. Penn is the sweetest guy that I've ever and just simple. So, he really helped, ground the day, because there was a lot that was going on with him too. So it was like, it was good that, as a man, that there was no him trying to take advantage of the situation, And for me, that was the tops.
Hello. Do you work here?
Guilty. Can I help you find something?
Paula Fox?
It's a good choice.
I feel weirdly validated.
Joe, we see him in season 1 in sort of the immaturity of his obsessions, right? And by the time you get to the end of season 2, he's met love and he has a love child growing. So what is it like when a stalker serial killer becomes a father and a husband? And he's married to a woman who's just as complicated, for a lack of a better word. So season 3 is really a maturity thing, and you get to see their mature but immature relationship against Sherry and Carrie, who has a longer relationship and a stronger bond in their marriage. So you're watching these two couples and they're facing a lot of the same things. Sherry and Carrie have twins, so you get to see a couple that's been through it and a couple that's starting their trajectory, but with a twist, a killer twist. I've never been on a show with as much viewership as you, billions of streams. So, shooting the show, every episode, there was something I can't wait for them to see this child. Oh my God, they ain't gonna see this coming. Oh my God. So the whole, honestly, it's the whole season, but I'm really pumped to log into Twitter the morning after the drop and go in with something crunchy and read all the comments. That's honestly, for me, that's what I'm looking forward to, the reactions to it all.
That show really has got people glued to the couch. You is now streaming on Netflix. Next up, we're taking a look back at one of our favorite moments with Zac Efron on his 34th birthday.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. Now it's time to go from the vault, where we dip into the Today Show archives for a favorite moment from the show's history. Today is Zac Efron's 34th birthday, so we thought we'd mark the occasion with this memorable moment from 2016, the Rio Olympics. We found out just how much Simone Biles loved Zac. Take a look.
We heard your song at the arena.
While Zac was hidden away, the entire gymnastics team showed up thinking they were just doing another interview with me. They didn't have a clue.
Now, Simone, do you remember when we did the interview last time, you said that if a certain person showed up, you would need a defibrillator.
Stop. Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, stop. If you bring him out, I think I'm going to pass out.
Do you remember that?
Stop.
Do you remember? Wait, do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Oh, wait.
Is this real life? Oh my God, stop. Wait, I want to hug too. Oh my God.
How's it going?
Good. How did you do this? Oh my God.
Simone, can I just ask you one question? What's going on right now?
I'm shaking. I'm so scared.
I don't know. I'm the one with butterflies. I was nervous too.
How did you make this happen? Trust me, I'm not crazy.
He was watching on this big monitor every move.
I didn't even do my signature wink. I forgot.
Wait, will you do it now for him? Because we've got time.
That's a good idea. When I found out you guys were fans, I was like, what am I doing sitting here on the couch? I have to come see you, come hang out and support you guys.
He hopped on the plane.
Yeah, I immediately got on the plane.
He's even more gorgeous in person.
You guys are like America's heroes right now.
You need to put your arm around that little girl because
come here. You're the best. It's so fun to watch you. You're the absolute best.
Thank you.
Awesome.
She's always super calm.
Give me some high fives.
She's
High five.
I was gonna say I've never seen you're super calm when the whole eyes of the world are on you when you're about to perform a routine, and in this particular moment you're totally dying.
Olympic gold medalists. But on this night, just teenagers at heart, on top of the world.
You going?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Little trip down memory lane right there. We hope that you'll join us tomorrow. More Pop Start Plus. Savannah's going to be chatting with Trisha Yearwood for her 6-minute marathon series. Plus, we'll be catching up with the cast of the beloved Babysitters Club on Netflix. Have a great day, and we'll see you right back here on Pop Start Plus tomorrow.
Hey, Today All Day, we've got a great show for you to kick off your week, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. But first up, I sat down with the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra's newest conductor, who's only the second woman ever in the history of major U.S. orchestras to hold the role. Take a look.
The famed Atlanta Symphony Orchestra recently named a new conductor for its upcoming season, and for the very first time, it will be led by a female music director.
Jenna caught up with the maestro herself for her very first interview since that announcement. Hey, Jenna, morning.
Sure did. Guys, talk about keeping your dreams alive. Natalie Schutzman wanted to hold the baton since she was a little girl, but the world wasn't ready for her. Now at 56, she's done waiting, and instead, she's paving the way. Listen closely and you may hear, along with the piping of the flutes and the thunder of the timpani, history plays a tune of her own. As the first woman to helm Atlanta's 77-year-old symphony orchestra, ushers in a new era. Talk to me about what it was like stepping on stage in Atlanta to conduct.
Oh my God. I have no words. It was so moving, and the welcome of the audience, which I met actually yesterday night for the first time, was just amazing.
Natalie Schutzman conducted her debut concert last week after being named music director, making her the only woman currently to lead a major U.S. orchestra and the second ever to hold such a position. For Natalie, conducting is a childhood dream come true.
I very much remember I must have been 7 or 8, and I was in the orchestra pit and I watched the conductor. And when he was taking his baton, I thought it was Mickey Mouse in Fantasia. He was taking this baton and he was doing this, and the sound was coming there. So I was dreaming to have a baton in my hands. And I must tell you, I have been conducting in my heart, in my soul, all through my life.
The daughter of 2 opera singers, Natalie studied music in school, but as the only girl hoping to conduct, she was passed over. That was a job for men.
It was clear to me that at that time, as a woman, forget it, because you will never make it.
Natalie's backup plan was as impressive as her second act. The French native became a celebrated contralto, performing in the world's most prestigious concert halls and opera houses. But she was always studying the maestros in the pit.
My conducting dream was always there, and no young conductor can have a better teaching course than so many years of music making with the greatest people.
What was it like when you first decided to put those voices that said, because you're a woman, you can't do this? What was it like to quiet those voices?
It was a very difficult decision because, when you come as a singer, you come with your long dress. The orchestra, if you sing well, loves you. Everyone loves you. When you jump on the podium, no one loves you first. You have to make it,
First, the orchestras were suspicious of a singer and a woman on the podium.
So I must admit that I spent many nights coming back to my hotel in tears and thinking the next day I stop, because if conducting is this, if I am going to be treated so bad, I will stop. And the next morning, I was going up again.
She was hooked. As a solo artist, she had one line of music, but now she could speak through all the voices of the orchestra. Tell me what it feels like when you're conducting. How could you describe it?
I must say, it's probably the most addictive things on earth. Everything you do with your body language, with your eyes, with what you ask to the musicians, has an impact on the sound they produce. And when you feel 100 people at the edge of your hands, of your body, of your soul, and everyone going in the same direction, it's like, when the birds are flying and you are amazed to see them all flying in the same direction. It's completely impossible to understand how it works. This is the same feeling. It's heaven.
With the baton in hand, Natalie says it's not about gender, it's about the artistry and the music. But she takes pride knowing her success means other women will follow. First on the program this historic night, Verdi's Overture to La Forza del Destino. Translation, The Power of Fate.
I dreamed about it, and now it feels really natural to me. You know, when I'm on the podium, I feel this is where I should be. And this is a very special feeling.
Bravo.
I know, well, we gave her a standing ovation. Well, we didn't stand, but we clapped for her, and we saw that she also received a standing ovation. She has great plans for the future of the symphony. She wants to engage the next generation of audiences. She wants to bring in little girls so that they can see a woman do the job. She also wants to do all types of music, from Baroque to hip-hop.
Hip-hop.
Trendy. Yes, she's really, really
And I can see, I love how she loves it. You can see her passion.
I think she had one teacher who wouldn't even give her the chance.
Wow.
And she said that she loves now that she kind of says to him, you know, look what I'm doing.
Check me out now.
Wow. Is there anybody else like her who sang and professionally and conducted?
She's one of the first. She's only the second woman ever in the United States to hold the job.
Wow.
It's pretty impressive.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jenna.
Coming up next on Today Talks, Jill Martin is here co-hosting the third hour. That's just ahead.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Al, Jill, and Chanel reflect on the life and legacy of Colin Powell.
But we begin with the passing of a towering figure in American history. Colin Powell has died at the age of 84. Powell was a military and political trailblazer. He was the first African American to hold several titles: Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Powell's family announced this morning that he died due to complications from COVID-19 and that he had been fully vaccinated.
They're remembering him as a loving husband, father, grandfather, and a great American. President Bush weighing in this morning, noting that Powell was such a favorite of presidents that he earned the Presidential Medal of Freedom twice. We want to bring in NBC White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, thanks for joining us. I know you've covered Colin Powell for decades. What are you hearing this morning?
Well, what an extraordinary American life for so many reasons, serving a number of presidents from Reagan to both Bushes. Also having a big imprint on American life as someone greatly admired and as someone who, because of his prominent role, of course, a soldier during Vietnam, a commander of soldiers during the first Gulf War back in the early 90s, and such a prominent figure, a voice people trusted. There were times when he was encouraged to be a candidate himself, something that he rebuffed, but over time used his voice in a political way at times, carefully weighing in on national events, especially as the years went by after his time in government service. Just to step back, let's look at the incredible impact. Having been a soldier, having become a four-star general, being chosen as the first African American to be the leader of the Joint Chiefs, advising presidents on military issues, then being the first African-American national security advisor inside the White House, the first African-American Secretary of State. just extraordinary trailblazing there and such a trusted voice, respected across the political spectrum. He was encouraged to run, chose not to do that himself, and had been, of course, strongly identified with the Republican Party because he had been serving presidents like Reagan and President Bush 41 and Bush 43, also Bill Clinton. But then he did in 1996. He was encouraged to run. That didn't happen. In 2008, at a time when he was a close friend of John McCain, the Republican nominee, he chose to endorse Barack Obama, seeing the sweep of history as the first African-American candidate for the Democratic nomination, who of course became president. And then we saw later how he also endorsed Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and spoke out forcefully against Donald Trump and did so again after the insurrection of January 6th. His voice was trusted. There was one period that he looked back on with great regret, calling it a blot on his record, and that's when, under the Bush 43 administration and the run-up to the 2003 Iraq War, he presented as Secretary of State information to the United Nations about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. That proved not to be true, and that weighed on Colin Powell. He was someone who continued to work in political life here, and one of the things I'm so struck by this morning on the personal side is what a kind and gentle figure he was. As a reporter covering someone of his stature, we sometimes interact with people who are more generous than others with reporters, and he had a kindness about him that certainly many of us saw in person. And he was devoted to his wife, Alma. They were married nearly 50 years, 3 children, a strong family. He continued to live here in the Washington suburbs.
And that shines through. You know, you mentioned the kindness, and I think a lot of people feel that way. A lot of us have never met him personally, but you almost feel like he's, you know, that kind of a figure. And I was sitting there thinking, Kelly, as you were just talking, there aren't a lot of people who come through our lifetimes where they're just as beloved in the community as they are on a global scale. And I was just thinking about, I remember, you know, growing up, seeing his book, you know, my grandfather's desk and my grandmother's desk, and it was almost like I didn't even know him, but he was like, you know, in the family, right?
I went to military school, and I got to meet him through my former military commander, and it was just on so many different levels, from a standpoint, he was a kid from New York City, grew up, and to reach those levels, really just we can't say enough, Kelly, and you really helped us put that into perspective about, and I think we're still going to find out more about what he means to the American history and the American public as time goes on.
Admired by so many, Al, really. A role model and admired. And in what are now such caustic political times, he had a gentler figure in his persona, built on the strength of hard work. Nothing came easily to Colin Powell. He earned all of those breakthrough moments and achievements on his own.
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much for putting that in perspective for us.
It's a question we've all thought about. What would you do if you had to leave your home at a moment's notice? Would you and your family be ready?
When I got ready to cover Hurricane Ida, I realized, you know, I need a go bag. I used to have one. I hadn't been out and around, and decided you really need one of these things.
Yeah, you talk about it, but do you really do it? That's the thing. So here to show us what we need to do is NBC News senior correspondent Dr. John Torres. Now you see him, we've talked COVID, we've talked so many things with him, but a lot of people don't realize that you train NATO Special Forces to prepare for disasters. You've written this book. It's called Dr. Disaster's Guide to Surviving Everything. So you certainly know of what you speak.
I do, and it's important, especially right now. I think that's one thing the pandemic's taught us is you need to be ready. And I've had to evacuate for a wildfire where literally we had to get in the car and go. And thank goodness we had stuff in the car ready to go to take us, because I was out of my house for 5 days, had nothing to do, nothing to use other than what I carried.
And then once you pack it, you have it, right? So it's one of those things where today we all should just take stock. Do we have these at home? And if we don't, do it and then just put it away.
Exactly, it's very important.
So what do you start off with?
And this is the main thing. So there's 2 different types. This is the go bag. You grab and go. This is, I got to get out of my house now. A fire's coming. There's some reason I have to leave. And it has some important things. Number one, you want a flashlight. You want to be able to see where you're going in the middle of the night. That's extremely important. And then you want to have your first aid kit. You know, obviously I'm a doctor. First aid kit's very important. It's going to be dependent. If you have kids, it's going to be different than if you have adults, than if you have older adults. You want to make sure, my favorite thing, duct tape. It works for everything. You know that it works for everything. Solar charger, cell phones, you want to charge them in case you can get a hold of people. And then your medication's extremely important. Documents, we'll talk about that. A blanket that you can use in case you get cold. These are, it looks like aluminum foil, but it keeps you very warm.
It's like what the runners use.
Exactly. And something people always forget talk about toothbrushes because you want to make sure your tooth hygiene, even in the middle of all that, and then some cold hard cash always helps too.
Because the ATM, when I was in New Orleans, all the ATMs were down.
And people don't
there
realize
was no
that.
power,
and it might
nobody
be,
had cash.
And it might be that you have $20, it might be that you have $200, it might be you have $2,000, whatever you have small denominations because nobody's going to be able to break 100 for you. And then I'm a big advocate of garbage bags, plastic bags, just because you can use them for everything. It can be a poncho, it can be a garbage bag, it can be storage for water, it can be anything.
What about documents? You know, because a lot of times we think about the physical things, but identity and identification.
And that's a huge thing. And that's what we found out when we were out and about because we had to do different things. You want to have all your documents. You know, passport, IDs, home liens,
originals
home
or
mortgages.
copies?
Copies are the best thing to have. You want your originals stored somewhere. If you can store them online, even better because then you can access them from anywhere. So that's extremely important.
And also the lamination for photos. Like people want to grab those special photos.
And now, of course, your COVID card for your vaccination. You want to make sure you have that as well.
Check.
Simple backpack.
Okay, the solar part got me and the duct tape. Never thought about that. I was honest.
What's the most unique use for duct tape that people wouldn't know?
Oh, yeah, I mean, you can use it to actually put wounds together if you need to before you can get to the emergency room. If it's a big gaping wound, you can use that real quickly to put it together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go bag.
And this is a different go bag. So that's taking it and going. This is having it in your car and ready to go in your car, which is what we did in our wildfire. Okay. And then we take off. So you have a few more things because you don't have to necessarily carry it with you. Maps, extremely important. You want to make sure that you know where you're going.
Physical maps.
Yes, maps. Yeah, ponchos. Again, you can use the garbage bag, but ponchos work great. Okay. Some way of lighting a fire because you might need to go out there. You might not be able to get in a hotel. You might need to rough it for a bit. An emergency radio. I can't overemphasize emergency radio.
It's one of those hand crank models.
It is hand crank. It's solar. It has the NOAA, the National Association of Atmosphere, whatever it stands for.
National
Those guys. And then a headlamp and a hat, especially in the middle of winter. You want a hat. The headlamp's important because you want to be able to free your hands. You can just put it around your head.
Power goes out.
And then you can work all sorts of different things. And then something people often forget about. You want to put food in here as well. Have food that you can carry. Sometimes it's canned food. It's hard to open canned food with a can opener.
No use without.
Exactly. Dr. John, what about water? Yeah, how much water should we have? Per person.
Right, and what they say is a gallon a day per person, and so you want to make sure you have enough water for everybody. And that doesn't mean carrying 2 weeks worth of water. Just a couple days worth of water can really help out, and so it's important.
You know, I went on an RV trip and I didn't have an EpiPen. And I didn't know, is there something you should actually look forward, like if you have allergies, things that you should have in your bag?
And that's important. You want 30 days worth of your medications.
30 days?
Yeah, 30 days. You can go to your doctor and see if you can get an extra prescription. You can talk to the pharmacist about having them on hand. But once you leave, you don't know when you're going to be able to get back to something, especially like you mentioned, you were in a hurricane.
Yeah, what would you actually use, say, hurricane, earthquake, something like that?
So a wildfire, N95 masks. You want to use those because of all the particulates around there. With the earthquake, you want to make sure, again, a crank radio. It can help you understand where you are and what's going on around you. The headlamp's important because it can get you to, in the middle of the night when there's no power out there. Those are important things. But overall, it's basically having the stuff you need in order to survive, you and your family, for even just for a few days. And that's the important thing to do.
Right.
And also, when you were in Breaking News, didn't you used to have a to-go bag?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that you had it and everything. You have to have it to go.
Absolutely.
And now, one of the things, you mentioned my book.
Yes.
I want to give you a copy of my book here.
Thank you
It
very
can help
much.
you with everything. It can't help you if you get in trouble at home, though.
Oh,
You're on your own there, all
That's
right?
a whole different book. That's a shorter pamphlet. It's just an attorney's number.
That's right. It just says, I'm sorry.
Exactly. Dr. John, thank you so much for coming in. It's one of those things we talk about it, but you actually have to do it.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, tips for a haunted Halloween home makeover. That's coming up next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, we've got fun decor ideas to get you in the spooky spirit. Take a look. Okay, if you haven't had the time to decorate your home, whew, I'm feeling a little loopy. Decorate your house yet for Halloween. You better get going. Halloween decorations, they're selling out fast.
But don't you worry, we got a monster list of fun decor ideas that you can still get in time for those trick-or-treaters. And here to show us how to do it all is Monica Mangan. She's the lifestyle expert for East Coast Creative.
Okay, and you guess what? You can shop along, right? So all you need to do is scan that QR code at the bottom of your screen.
Monica, we're ready. We're ready.
We're going to start with spiders, and the easiest way to decorate, check this out. We have a spotlight. This is literally no fuss decor. You put this on your house, it's decorated, done and done. So if you want the easiest way, and it's a really great idea to stick it in a planter, the further it is from the house, the larger your spiders are going to get.
Huge spiders.
Huge spiders. And then this cover here, what I love about it is it's $7 and it's plastic. So it can get wet, but it really, I mean, it transforms your door instantly, add a few spiders to it. And I actually think we might have a guest coming too today.
Okay, doll. Come in. Who is it? Oh, wow. What is that?
So you can become part of your decor. How fun is this?
That's kind of cool.
Isn't that great?
Outfit.
You'll
How do the glasses feel?
You'll never lose your kids either. So if you want them to wear this trick-or-treating, you're never going to lose track of them.
You could do a fun
Or you could just have them wear it every day.
Yes, isn't that so fun?
Thank
so
you.
we have that link too.
Cute.
All right, let's
we're sticking with spiders. Yes. So we have everything set up here. Spiders are just the creepiest. And look how simple these are. You're going to have pumpkins, but take one of these push pins and you just pop them right in.
Oh my gosh.
And you can tell they're actually like heavy duty metal, so they'll last year after year, but they take your pumpkins instantly creepy, right? You could do them into gourds, things like that. And then for this DIY, these are spider egg sacs, which is just disgusting even to say, right?
Yeah.
So what I have here are just some tights that I got at the dollar store, really inexpensive. I'm gonna fill it all the way with spider web.
Okay.
It's like putting tights on, right? It's gonna be good.
Okay.
All right, spread a little bit of on the outside, and then spider rings. They just stick right in. It looks so creepy. And then to hang it, you're just going to use a light clip like you would use for Christmas lights around the season. Obviously, we need to tie it all up. But you can see back there just how creepy they look if they're hanging from your front porch.
On the inside.
Aren't they so gross?
Really
in a good way.
Yeah.
All right, less creepy over here.
This is going to be like our kids' area.
Right?
Happy. And Hoda likes unicorns.
Yes, I do.
Yes. This unicorn skeleton, I mean, skeletons come in so many shapes and sizes now, and we even used a little craft paint on the rib cage to add a little more rainbow there. The tip for making Halloween less creepy, more fun is embrace all the colors. Embrace rainbows. Embrace regular party supplies. You talked about a lot of it not being available right now. Just think of birthday balloons. Just think of garlands. This could all work under a covered porch. And I got these tombstones, you know, kind of creepy. Spray paint them bright colors, totally looks completely different.
And I love the pumpkins.
Right?
How did you make this guy?
So this is a kit, and it comes with everything you need. It's super kid friendly because it's all peel and stick, and you just pop it in. Really, really fun. And I think it came with like 12 or 10 of them in one kit, so you can make a bunch of them.
Really
fun.
cute. Okay, let's move over to this under the sea theme.
Yes. So what we're getting you to think of is you can work with just the building block spider skeletons, but it can look totally different. So end of season, you have lots of pool noodles left. We use that to be our seaweed, right? we couldn't, if you can't get a lot of Halloween things, think in different departments. So little gold coins, make a treasure box, dress your skeletons up as pirates. And look, she's a mermaid. That is a mermaid skeleton.
Brilliant.
How did you get right?
Where did you get
these? So these are from Oriental Trading Company, and I checked. They're in stock.
They're in stock. Okay.
They're in stock. Okay. Little jellyfish. So really thinking out
jellyfish skeletons.
Yes,
That's
and
so
he even
crazy.
lights up too. And how cute is he with the little bandana?
Love.
So you can just create a different theme. It doesn't always have to be just your traditional Halloween. And I think the kids are going to love it so much more.
Good. I like that it's in
so
stock.
creative, and I like the backdrop. That's also from there.
Yeah. So it's just those are just party birthday balloons, blue, and we put them in a fishnet.
You're so clever.
Right?
You're so
Super
smart.
simple. And none of it was hard.
Thank you so much. And to check out this Halloween decor, head to today.com/shop. Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day. We just had a black cat cross our path. See, there it goes. Crossing our path. But can I tell you, I want to just pet. I love cats. Where'd it go?
Cats.
I love
Does
cats.
anything creep you out? Do you really get superstitious?
No.
The whole step on a crack, step under a ladder.
Step on a crack and break your mother's back. No, I think that's an old wives' tale. But I will say, and I love cats, and I love we always had black cats.
Yeah.
One named Cowboy, one and one named Willard, named after Willard Scott. But on Halloween, we would have to keep our cats inside because people were weird about and mean to black cats.
Okay, but let me ask you this: if you saw a ladder,
would I walk under it?
Would you? And you had an option of going around it. Would you go? I don't know. I'm asking you if you care.
Like if you saw a mirror, would you try to break it?
No, that's different. If I'm walking and there's people in the way, would I go out of my way to go around?
Yes.
You would.
Would you?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want any extra bad stuff coming. Is it a full? Did you see the full moon? Was it a full moon?
What?
This morning, yeah, I think it was full. It was really
You
big
mean
and
last
beautiful.
night?
Well,
okay, so yesterday we were driving home, and all of a sudden, and I just love that, this is how you detect that something beautiful is happening. Henry goes, why are all these people taking pictures? We look out, and I just look at him like, oh, maybe it's an Instagram influencer moment in the wild, you know? Henry's like, looking behind, and there's a huge rainbow over New York City. There was actually a double rainbow.
What?
But the fact that we had to find people taking a picture for us to find the natural beauty moment, it cracks me up.
By the way, that's so crazy. So there was a song, what I've noticed lately about, speaking of that, because we've been talking about rainbows, and we were trying to see it last night because it was raining and sunny.
Yes.
We couldn't find it before bed. But we played this song. And it's a Daniel Tiger song. I'm gonna see if I can find it really fast.
No,
this is important because you know why? But do you know why?
No.
It made Haley's eyes well up.
Hoda used to go to the Grammys after party, and now she spends her Sunday nights listening to Daniel Tiger. I knew this day would come. Remember when you'd be like, oh yeah, I just hanging out at the Grammys, and you'd be like, what'd you do this weekend? And I'd be like, oh, not much.
Oh, that's so funny.
Right?
That is such a funny thing.
It is so true. Now
But
Daniel
Goodnight
is
Sun makes me emotional now. Everything does. Everything does. It happens. All right, that's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more of Today All Day.
Welcome back. Time now for our series On the Job. This morning, NBC's Jacob Soboroff met a man on a mission to change how we look at water. Hey, Jacob.
Hey, Jacob.
At water. Good morning, you guys. You know, water is a billion-dollar industry in the United States of America. We have more choices than ever before. You might think water tastes all the same, but I met a guy who's going to change the way you think about all that. Watch this.
Deep in the Santa Monica Mountains, a private four-course dinner prepared by an international chef. But it's not a dry Riesling or a silky Pinot that's being paired on the tasting menu this night. It's water. That's right, regular old water. Meet Martin Riese, America's first water sommelier. And yes, that's his real job. He's out to show people that water has a taste, and he's doing it one sip at a time.
When I was like 4 or 5 years old, I realized that water has taste to me. Because on vacation time with my parents, I realized that the tap water in every single city in Europe tasted differently to me.
Today, he is a fully certified water sommelier, having written books and devised water menus for restaurants all around the world. What do you want people to know who might look at this and say, water is water, this is a little ridiculous?
When you think first, oh, there's a water sommelier, this has to be the most pretentious job on planet Earth. But the bigger picture is to bring attention to water, to really showcase, hey, there's so much value actually to water. We should not waste it, we should be very precious about it.
Martin's water advocacy has led to appearances worldwide, including on Bill Nye the Science Guy and the Netflix show Down to Earth with Zac Efron.
We all need to drink it. We drink it on a daily basis, but nobody actually talks about it. It's kind of crazy.
We decided to give water tasting a try. What happens if I need to go pee is the thing I've been thinking about the whole time.
I have to say, this is the most important thing you have to know. So there are restrooms over there and there are restrooms over there.
Okay, here we go. Ooh, there's a little more of a fuller body.
Yes, I love this that you're saying
right?
this. I'm always saying it's the oil of water.
It tastes thicker.
Correct.
What's creating that really full feeling?
This is what Mother Nature does. You can taste now the different soils and minerals what's been in that ground.
So depending on where this was groundwater,
correct,
it's going to taste different.
Yes, absolutely. Farro from Italy, from Naples. Cheers. Bubbles.
Cheers.
Now it's natural carbonated water.
Here we go. A light bubble to it.
Very good. They're calling it micro bubbles.
So the bubbles occur naturally as well?
Yes.
I didn't ask about smell yet. Wait a minute, do they smell differently or no?
My grandmother survived 2 world wars, and she said when water has a smell, don't drink it.
Don't drink it.
Vichy, the last one today, from Spain.
Vichy. What is that flavor?
Crazy, huh?
Wait a minute. It's something delightful.
I love Vichy.
What is it?
It's a lot of sodium is in this water.
Salty water.
Slightly salty.
I knew it. So it's like, instead of drinking one of those flavored sparkling waters everybody's drinking these days, it almost takes the place of that.
And that's what I think is amazing, that Mother Nature already creates taste.
So no need to have artificial.
You don't need to.
You are flipping my world upside down when it comes to how I think about water.
Everybody says like it's almost like a life-changing experience.
Martin, thank you very much.
Absolutely, and it's right over there.
Yeah. I gotta pee.
I really did have to go to the bathroom. I have to admit, that's a lot of water to drink. You know, you guys, there's over 100 water sommeliers worldwide. Martin is actually certifying people right now to do his job. And one thing I want to tell you is an admission to make. Today is Noah, my son's first day of school. I'm just going to fill it up with filtered water from the tap.
Yeah,
okay. Like that's just...
Hey, so Jacob, if you go to a water tasting, what do you drink to clear your palate?
I asked the same question, Al. He said, water will clear your palate. Just stick with the water and then water and more water.
I was hoping you would say vodka.
I know, right? Do we have something special here? Or is it
Oh, this has such a minerally taste, and yet it comes across with warm tannins. Thank you so much.
I promise you, Martin is he is an expert. I will give you that.
And he's got a great accent,
I know.
so you can't beat that. Jacob, thank you so much.
All right, Jacob, thank you. Tough work.
That's
You're
right.
a tough assignment.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
I once told my dad, I have your sense of humor, and my dad said, I know, I want it back.
The bread cubes have to be about this small.
Puzzles Bakery and Cafe, how can I help you? Hi, my name is Sarah May. I'm the owner of Puzzles Bakery and Cafe here in Schenectady, New York. My inspiration for opening Puzzles Bakery and Cafe was absolutely my sister Emily. She's my only sibling, and she's now 25 years old, and she's on the lower functioning end of the autism spectrum. So she's someone who would never really be work ready. But what I was noticing is she was getting closer and closer to aging out of the education system. Here in New York at age 21, that's when people age out of public education. So she was nearing adulthood, and we were starting to realize what kind of opportunities are available for people with developmental disabilities. I was recently graduated from college and looking for some purpose in my life, and I decided to open a restaurant to help employ people with special needs. Puzzles Bakery and Cafe is an integrated workplace, and that means we have people working here both who have developmental disabilities and also those who are neurotypical and do not have developmental disabilities. Good, and let's bring that out. Order for Bruce. We have a number of different opportunities available here, but on any given day, our employees might be doing things like slicing onions in the back of the house, or bringing food out to customers, identifying that food and delivering it to the correct table.
Here's a Chipotle.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, I'm a cafe attendant. I do everything to help out.
Tim has been with us from day one. He is one of the most enthusiastic workers that you will ever meet.
I also make people happy.
I don't think I've ever seen him have a bad day. I think it's really special that we've had employees who started with us when we first opened and are still here with us today and will probably be employed with us for a very long time.
I really love working with food, because there's nothing that makes people happier than a good meal. I've been working here since the beginning. I feel like I get treated like a person. I've always been treated like less than. People are kind here. People are nice. People treat you with respect. In the service industry, people aren't like that. And especially when you're disabled, it's hard when people treat you like they don't have a brain. But I do.
Another really special task that we have here is creating our signature puzzle piece sugar cookie.
My favorite things to do around here is to make croutons.
It is our original crouton recipe, but Tim has really just enjoyed the process of making croutons, and he's so good at it that whenever he comes in, we say, Tim, you want to whip up a batch of your famous croutons?
I am eyeballing it. Then I'm going to mix it up.
When I was growing up and my family would try to bring my sister maybe grocery shopping or to a restaurant, we never knew if she might have a meltdown or some behaviors out in public. And that's something that families with younger children with disabilities, they might be concerned about. All of our employees are really understanding and trained. They would completely understand if somebody was having a meltdown in a way that might be sort of socially inappropriate elsewhere. It's okay here. Puzzles Bakery and Cafe is a place where everyone fits in. We go out of our way to hire people with special needs, so we do get a lot of applications. Something that's really heartbreaking to me, that there are so many people in our community who want nothing more than the opportunity to be working, and we don't have that many jobs available for them.
They've had so many people tell them that they can't do it. And every day that they come into work here, they're proving them wrong.
My big dream for Puzzles was always to open more locations, because we can only offer so many opportunities here in one location. We're not there yet. I'm one person, I'm 28 years old, I have a new baby, I can't do that. I would love to get to a point where we can help people make that a reality in their own communities. But in the meantime, I think it just takes a really special kind of team to create a social enterprise like what we have here. Take a chance on people with special needs. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. We have some of the most dedicated, loyal, amazing workers here at Puzzles, and I know that all across the country, there are people with developmental disabilities who want nothing more than to be given the opportunity to work.
Just treat people good. Treat people the way you want to be treated. And always save room for ice cream.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You want some sauce?
Yeah, he likes sauce.
All right.
I know him.
We thank you, sir. God bless you. Come on down. Sometimes mistakes can turn into the best thing, especially when cooking.
Beautiful.
All right, give me a good brush on that, my dear. That's what I'm talking about. My name is Stefan DeArmond. My nickname is the Reverend. I like to say Revy Rev. I was living in Mobile, Alabama, when I decided to move back to Charleston. My father had been back and forth in the hospital. And when I came to visit, I really saw how my mom's condition was as far as her sight. She's legally blind, but she cooks and she bakes. It gets a little tough, but you know, it's your parents. You gotta do what you gotta do. I joined the Coast Guard right here in Charleston, and I retired in San Juan, Puerto Rico. 180 Place is a homeless shelter here in Charleston, South Carolina. Little did I know that it would mean so much to me and become such an integral part of my life. When I got here, I didn't have the funds to come in and get a place, pay first month, second month, deposits, and all of that. So I talked to a VA social worker in Alabama, and they told me, well, if you could put your pride aside, I can get you in the shelter. I said, whatever it takes for me to get home to my parents. I was blessed to be able to go to the veterans dorm. This place have saved my life and many others. Being homeless is a different animal. It's not pleasant. You can't sleep with one eye open. So being homeless, you don't get the rest that your body needs for you to be able to be successful or even productive in life. 180 Place has many great programs, including the Culinary program, which I went through, which led to why we're here now.
So my job is to take the trainees that come through the program and give them a crash course in how to behave in a kitchen, how to work in a kitchen, how to survive in a kitchen, and turn that into viable income.
Chef Angie Dupree, we have a friendship and a bond that'll last a lifetime.
Southern hospitality to its truest meaning would be something I would use to describe Stefan. Just making everyone feel special that walks into a room.
That's my girl. I've always loved to cook. I used to hang around my mother, my grandmother, and I loved it.
He is the reason this program works. He's somebody I talk about at every orientation now. For every new cycle, when I sit down with them, I tell them about Stefan and how he came in and took this opportunity. To him, it was all he needed to really change his life.
I was introduced to Charleston wine and food just right before I graduated from the program. So it was new and exciting to me. I was looking so forward to it. Chef Angie gave us specific instructions. Local, volunteer and work for someone who is local. Here's your opportunity to get yourself a job. And that's what we did. I remember the event was called Toasted, and it was nothing but barbecue. And I walked up, I didn't notice the sign said smoke. I looked at the menu and I said, I've eaten here before.
We were sitting right next to the band, and the band kicked on, and Stefan lit up. He started swaying and clapping, and he had his black chef coat and his white undershirt. And I said, sir, you got the spirit. I'm calling you the Reverend, and you're coming to work at Smoke Barbecue. So we hired Stefan on as a steward, and we don't call people dishwashers here at Smoke. We call them stewards because we expect a lot more out of a person than just washing dishes. After a few months, he worked his way up to sous chef and one of our pit masters, and we've been with him ever since.
So one day I was in the kitchen, and I started prepping to do some cornbread. Well, I reached into the walk-in cooler to grab some buttermilk. Little did I know, I grabbed heavy cream. So as soon as I poured it in the mix and started mixing it up, I was like, oh no! Rolling came running. What happened? I said, man, I messed up. And he said, let's go with it, see what it does. Lo and behold, it came out a little bit higher. It came out more moist. It was golden brown. And he was like, wow. We passed the food out so everybody can check it out and say, well or not, we're gonna serve it. And everyone loved it.
It really is delicious, moist cornbread, and it's pretty fantastic.
That gave Roland the idea of he and I going into business. And now we have the Reverend Cornbread Company. I can honestly say that that mistake in the kitchen turned out to be something that's life-changing. And I found out that I'd be teaching a class at this year's Charleston Wine and Food. It was mind-boggling. Look where you came from and look where you're at now. There we go. Go ahead.
I want to do the honey.
Here you go, honey.
Thank you.
For the people that attend the Charleston Wine and Food and their events, they're paying good money. And for them to pay money to see me or have me teach them something, it's amazing. I still can't believe it. What we're going to do today is we're going to go down to the Superstop and we're going to feed the homeless.
It just goes to show you there's nothing wrong with a mistake. It's amazing what happens.
I mean, his story, it gives you hope that, hey, look, just because you're down right now don't mean you stay down.
He took an interesting situation, made it an even better situation, and now it is exactly where he wants to be, helping people and giving back.
Without hope, you don't have anything. 180 Place gave me hope and an avenue, because dealing with what I had to with my parents, to do something that I really love, which is cooking, it was a relief. You know, it was my safe haven. To see people get satisfaction of something that I've created is one of the best feelings ever. When I reflect on what I'm doing, I think about my parents. Just like any child, they would want their parents to see them succeed. But my mom would say, you keep doing what you're doing. It gives me a sense of pride. I swell with pride just to see the smile on my mother's face. And it was a great feeling. It was a great feeling.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Most people, if they ask what I do, I say I'm a professional competitive lumberjill. I cut and saw wood for speed in a competition atmosphere.
1, go.
It's not just beefy men, it's badass chicks. My name is Tracy Henning, and I am a lumberjill. A normal day in the middle of my season is wake up, get Drake ready, get him to daycare, go to work, try to do something with him that's like mommy, Drakey time, and then I go to 2 different gyms depending upon classes. I started competing in college in 1999. I started the professional circuit in 2001, and the coolest feeling was like little girls would come up and they'd be like, you do that? Like, I just thought guys did that. I'm like, yeah, like we can do it. And hopefully like little girls can see it and know that like they can do the same thing that the guys can. As far as training for events, if I'm not in the gym mentally like going through the motions of the event, I'm out there doing the event. So I'm chopping, I'm sawing, I'm stock sawing, throwing the axe. The best way to practice is really just to do the event. It was a lot easier to prepare for competition without a toddler. When I first found out I was pregnant, I just gotten back from Sydney. I was on the US team, and I found out shortly after it was like my miracle pregnancy, so everything was scary. I was told I wasn't gonna have kids. I competed all the way up till October, and then he was born in December. So I pretty much did the entire season. I had to see my doctor more often, and she kept going, how much longer do you really wanna do this? And I'm like, until I can't anymore, until you tell me I cannot. Like that's part of a word.
That'd be considerable.
There's definitely like times where I would like break down and like question everything. Like maybe I should just give this up because I'm his mom and I'm supposed to be the one that is potty training him and teaching him things, and I want to do those things, but it's such a conflict because I still want to be Tracy Henning and Drake's mom, and sometimes that's like super hard. Balancing motherhood and marriage and everything is very difficult. My first competition back after having Drake, I got a single buck world record. It was so awesome because I was breastfeeding, I was like, holy crap, I'm competing, and I've got a teeny tiny baby, and then I walked out there and broke the world record.
She was for quarreling, we do not allow, and ours for rivers, the Lord save you bow.
In Hayward, I usually always make it to the finals, which is a huge accomplishment because you have to compete Thursday to qualify for Friday to qualify for the finals on Saturday. So, you know, one slip up is really all it takes, and then you're out of it. I'm still in it enough that I show up to a competition and people are like, oh great, she's here. Which is a good feeling. I you know, I don't want people not to like me, but I also don't want to just be looked over. I would say the earlier years of me coming here, I had a different headspace. I felt like I could focus more. I had my routines, I had my certain breakfasts, my warm-ups, my stretches, down to my clothing. Hi, buddy. And now it's like this. It's you gotta go back to Daddy for a little bit, Bob. Can you listen to me and go play on the playground, please? I love you. Have fun with Daddy. So it is different because I have like my mommy mode, and like it's really hard, like even when I was training, it's very hard for me to be like in it and angry and hungry and just wanting to rip stuff apart, and then a simple like smile from Drake will snap me out of it. I've had it where like I was like puffed up and ready, and then he's like, Mommy, can you help me put my shoes on? And it was just the sweetest thing. And I was just like, of course, baby. Like, I got you. You go from this like I'm going to kill it to like, no big deal, buddy. I can feel the anxiety starting to build up as we get closer to the event. I like to get myself ready and set so that I'm not racing around right before the events. We've had enough family time, now it's time to start getting our equipment ready. My head right now is like starting to get the anxiety. I can feel it in my stomach, like, okay, let's get going. Because today it's top 6, that's it. You have one shot to get number 1. There's no more second chances after this. I'm getting up there in age, and I feel like some people are like, when are you gonna retire? But there's still a fight left in me, so I'm not ready to retire. I think what keeps me going is that I think ultimately I want Drake to be able to be proud of me when he gets older. Like, my mom did this. My mom was awesome. She was on national stages. She won world records. I want him to be proud. That's what keeps me going.
Thank you for doing this, Diane. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me do this with you.
I was just telling you, I just got finished with episode 2 of
Okay.
Why the Last Man.
Okay.
It's a great premise to begin with. You're fantastic in it.
Thank you.
And I'm curious what you thought when this sort of idea came to you, just the concept, and we're going to do a series about it.
Uh-huh.
Were you immediately interested, or did you need some explaining?
Well, I thought you're asking me to, and now for something completely different, which is sort of fun because that's what I do. I get to try on different ideas, and that was what attracted me, was the amount of zeitgeisty, controversial, global world building, world recovering issues, and who knew how much life was going to be sort of brushing up very closely against art, or maybe the other direction, art against life.
He's whining about the First Amendment and calling for
unity. Yes, let's all join hands with the psychotics of America. And what would the expectations be placed upon a different gender of leadership? So it was almost like, I think maybe he was triggered by somebody saying, "Oh, if the world were only led by women."
Right.
And then you think, well, let's dig into that a little bit. What would it be like? So that's the journey we take in a quote-unquote woman-only world after the demise of 50% of the population of the Y chromosome.
You're doing everything you can for everyone you can. But ma'am, without men, there is no future.
I hear you, but we're just trying to survive the present. We call it Men, and the title, of course, says Why the Last Man, so it's not a big surprise. It's not a spoiler alert, but there's double entendres even on the title. Why? Well, what does that mean? Well, why is the first letter of my son's name? Oh, so your son survives, so not every man. And what is a man, by the way? How do we delineate what that term, gender roles, and what do we delineate by how would a woman behave in a leadership role? Would she be up to the task? But I wanted to be part of a world-building show and see where it was going to lead, because there's so much great source material in the graphic novels.
Like I say, I'm 2 episodes in, and I still have so many questions that I know you're not going to give away today. What is this thing? What exactly happened? How did your son survive?
Right.
There's so much in the air still that will carry through the length of the series. I was interested to read that this was your first series as a series regular, where you're leading the show, which I thought, she's done a bunch of TV and a bunch of film, but she's never done this. Was there some appeal to doing, okay, this streaming thing that everyone's on, and I'm the lead, and we can see this through a bunch of episodes to tell a story? Much different than making a film, obviously.
Well, I'm a sucker for a dare. I can own that, and I wanted the experience of doing something completely different in my craft, which a lot of people have become extremely comfortable with, and that is not knowing what the writing is that you're setting yourself up to fulfill. One of the things that I love to do is to look at work in terms of the conversations that grow out of what were you thinking when you took this role? Why this? Why now? And it's so complicated to answer this question, but it's also very timely because of the many things that have occurred in the world. I mean, when I read this originally, well, first of all, I have Googled how many women have portrayed the US president. I had to do it. I was like, apparently I'm number 18.
Okay.
And
our 18th president.
We are going to have to keep making hard choices to try to help deal with the panic and the outrage.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And I have some very dear friends who have already portrayed this character, whatever we have in our mind's eye of the leader of the most important leader of the free world and all of those, you know, self-aggrandizing, and rightfully so, the role of President of the United States has been a very big trigger point for a lot of people for a long time. And suffice it to say that when I was describing to people when we were shut down in the pandemic and we were dealing with so many changes in the world, global, and yet also very sort of tethered to who is president and what that looks like, and what does that say about our country.
Yeah, I mean, this was, as you say, written. These are based on books for people who don't know, after 9/11. I think the first one came out in 2002, and then there were more after that. But my gosh, it's about a pandemic. There are echoes of what happened in this country on January 6th, of civil society sort of disintegrating before our eyes.
The frame changes the art always. You could put a piece of art, even if it's not art. If you frame it in a certain way, people will say, well, that's art. It's easier sometimes to portray somebody who's really existed in history. Then you can say, well, she did it. I'm portraying something that really happened. And this seemed so far-fetched. So to play the president confronting it was very prescient, very zeitgeisty, even more than I bargained for when I signed on.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What did you want to bring to a representation of a woman being president? Because there she is
Well,
standing.
I'm wearing my patriotic colors.
Yes, I noticed that. Very nice.
Well, of course, the humanity of it, the shared experience of it. The line of succession was decimated by the amount of death and the amount of grieving that she has. In order to be a good leader, you have to be the best follower, in a way. So she wasn't chosen. She wasn't voted in. So there's a lot of controversy around inheriting the job that she wasn't voted for, you know. And so, hey, that's prescient too this year. Voting became very important, and the controversy around our votes considered authentic. The process, once you begin to have doubt enter into that conversation, now you've tilted the conversation into what is reality? The inner journey of this woman who is struggling to lead while she knows she's violated her ethics in order to do what's right for the world, which is, if you have a survivor, don't you want to try to make it possible for there to be more than just one survivor.
You've spent a bunch of time in the halls of Congress as an activist, and I want to talk to you about that in just a moment.
A small bunch, but
Yeah,
legally,
but I mean,
yes, I have been to the halls of Congress.
But you've been, yes, you have.
There's photos, so I know
Yes,
it
there
really
are.
did happen.
I've seen them.
Okay.
In my day job, I covered politics, and just the way you sort
Yes,
of
you
carry
do.
yourself, some Nancy Pelosi in the way you walk down the hall, and you're surrounded by your staff and your reporters. Did your relationships with people who serve, did you bring some of that to understand what it means to be in a position of power politically?
I have enough audacity to bring the little things that I believed in to the Congress people who were willing to meet with me and talk about the issues. And those were conservation issues about the health of our oceans at that point. There's always some legislation, right. that needs help to get the ear of the people who actually turn these things into law. That was my secret ambition when I was a child, was to become a lawyer who could help make laws. We need laws to catch up to the reality of our planet. We only have one.
When you do go to Capitol Hill and you knock on the door of Congress people, do you find they're at least more aware of the problem? Are they more receptive to it? It doesn't feel like some radical tree-hugging idea anymore, that like the middle of the country understands that this is a problem because it's happening in front of our eyes.
This is science and this is real, and people need to survive and live. And people are scared of the conversations.
So you've got a lot of fans who listen to you. What would you say to them about what we need to do different day to day? Forget the big macro, but how do we make a dent in this as we go about our lives?
Well, I mean, I didn't bring my book. I was going to bring it and show it to you. It's called What Can We Do? Actually, it's called What Can I Do? And it's Jane Fonda's book. And it's all about her experiences going out of her comfort zone and allowing her fame to mean something on this planet while she's here. And she wants us to all wake up and do what we can. And people are panicked and they don't say, what can I do? So she literally goes through, she's so practical. That's what I love about Jane, among many things I love about Jane. So sure, I went and got arrested for the cause of bringing attention to the conversation. But the conversation is manifold. It's not just recycle or get the plastics out of the ocean, or we have species that are leaving. And everybody gets so scared. They want to go hide under the table and have a cocktail. So do I. But is it going to be our children? So I want us to wake up together and hold hands and make it a positive movement. That's my dream.
I think one reason for optimism is that I have a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old who were born into and are growing up in a world where to them climate change is a fact. It's not a theory.
Yeah.
And it's what they're taught,
Yeah.
and they see it more on the news than certainly you or
But it's
I
not
did
been
growing up.
politicized. It hasn't been
Right.
politicized
They
for
said,
them.
well, yes, this is happening. Here's what needs to happen. So maybe that's one reason for optimism, is this generational turnover.
Yeah.
But they don't have to be convinced of it.
Right.
Most of them, anyway.
Right. One thing Jane pointed out, and it's true, is that they make the individual feel bad, but they're supplying us with plastic everything. So we have to revisit and make things so they can be reusable and share more and include more people in our family, I think. And now I'm going to run for office.
I was going to say, this is it. This is your campaign launch right here. I'll vote for you.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I didn't realize until you walked in here, but we are surrounded right now by Diane Lane memories. I mean, where should we begin as you look out these windows?
Somebody had to get raised in the Midtown, right? I went to PS 59, which is on 57th Street. It's the heart of Midtown to me, and of course it's a Whole Foods now. There's so much I could say about that. But anyway, yeah, so that's the building where I had my first audition. It was the Gulf and Western building. When I say first audition, of a job I got, there were plenty of auditions that I've had that I've completely blocked out because who wants to remember those? Those don't count.
But this is a Little Romance, your
Little
first
Romance,
film.
1978.
Delightful spot, but hardly the top of the diplomatic ladder.
Oh, that's fantastic. What an incredible life you must have had, Monsieur Santorin.
Oh, please, Julius.
For people who don't know, you've been acting. I mean, you're 13, 14 years old. You've been already acting since you were like 6 years old.
That is true.
What were the roles like leading up to, okay, this movie is my big moment, my breakout?
You know, it sounds like a joke when I say it, that I peaked when I was 10. But in some ways, I did because I had been traveling the world with the La Mama Experimental Theater Group, and it was the 70s, and it was very early 70s. 72 was the first tour, and so, I mean, that I was on as a kid, and so I was 7, and my parents didn't go, and my first passport, I had no front teeth, and it was considered very cute, and it's strange to grow up in the adult world when you're the kid in the room, because if you know too much, you're considered precocious, right?
Yeah.
But they expect you to know a lot in order to fulfill the task and be a team player and be responsible and don't screw up and make the plane and don't lose your per diem. It was like joining the circus. It was like running away and touring the world with young people in the 70s. And it was a much more innocent time. So my dad and mom let me have that experience. I wouldn't have the courage as a parent to let my very young kid have that. I don't know. They were extraordinary people, honestly, to trust the universe as much as they did. It was a wonderful experience. Life by living, life by doing, life by traveling. Got to see so many different cultures.
I was thinking about you because I have a 14-year-old daughter. After A Little Romance becomes a hit, you're 14, you're on the cover of Time magazine. Laurence Olivier is saying you're the next Grace Kelly. What did all that feel like to a 14-year-old?
Well, I remember approaching the newsstand. We had newsstands, kiosks in the street, and they used to have, there weren't so many magazines then. So one magazine, you'd have 10 of them at a row, you know. And I guess 1978, I mean, you'd have, I'm not going to list the magazines, but Time magazine always had the upper right-hand corner as if it were dog-eared, and you'd see a photograph of some world leader. And in my case, it was Henry Kissinger, and I thought, this is really bizarre. This is a very surreal experience. I'm clearly having an out-of-body experience, and this too shall pass. And I thought about Birdcage Liner, and I thought, it's just paper. It's not going to. Don't allow this to mean anything to me, because I knew it wasn't about merit. I could trace back how it was that I wound up on the cover of Time magazine, and it wasn't because I had done anything. It was because I was an anomaly. And it was a curiosity to have people that young in the film industry as a new wave of culture and cinema. And I thought, oh, interesting. But I knew that it wasn't going to be. I mean, we're still dining out on the story literally because Time magazine usually is about a very meritorious person,
Sure.
right? And I felt a little embarrassed, honestly, because I was playing handball under the 59th Street Bridge thinking, I have no business being on the cover of Time magazine. This is crazy. I'm sure my dad was thrilled, That's my kid,
Of course.
But I was sitting there going, please don't ask me to live up to that.
But where did you get the wisdom to have that perspective at 14 years old? Because it seems...
Growing up around adults, probably.
Right.
No filter from people around me. But the tempered innocence, you lose innocence as you grow, and then you start to value your own innocence. And that was working with George Roy Hill. That's what he said about his movies. That they're always about innocence, the loss of innocence of the main character. So he saw the theme in his own work. That's cool. When you're not, he didn't have to audition for his jobs. You could create your own job. It's different when you're an actress. You sort of go, is this going to be the one? Do I feel like I want to do this? It's different than writing it and having a vision for the end product. I'm sort of a tapestry thread, and how they edit it and how they put the music and the credits and how they promote it. It's all out of my hands, and I like it that way, because if I were in control, then I'd have to take all the blame. It's not worth the credit. It's too big a risk.
That's so interesting, right?
It is interesting.
Yeah.
Because you could say, well, what's the next one?
Right.
Next.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, it feels like watching your career, even to now, you do have this perspective on what it means to be a movie star. I'm sure you don't like that term, or a celebrity, and that it doesn't really interest you that much.
Well, it does in terms of what people like Jane Fonda have done with it. Meaning, if you live a long time, and you can add, something to humanity in terms of what you've done with your fame.
Right.
That I think is.
But the
valued.
things you went through as a child. Becoming a child star can ruin people, obviously. And then you're in Coppola movie. They push you through, and you have this incredible young career, but you survive it, and then some. And you're being nominated.
Isn't it interesting that they use the word survive?
Yeah. Well, because there are some people
it is a
who don't.
gauntlet of potential bad choices that you're not even supposed to be aware enough to make good or bad choices. It's all luck, or some person in the background who's a marionette and you're the puppet, and there's strings being pulled that allow you to have good fortune compared to somebody else. One of the things my dad said to me as he knew he was dying, he said, isn't it enough, Diane? Don't you think it's somebody else's turn? And because he's brutal. My dad was famously brutal, hence an acting teacher.
Right.
Cut you asunder, right, in a way that nobody else can, or you wouldn't allow anybody else to. And it was almost like saying, are you going to keep going? I knew he was daring me to keep after it. He wanted me to have one of those lifer type careers.
And you have, right? I mean, look, here you are.
Am I supposed to go to 30 years?
It's like, so what's the secret if somebody's watching right now to keep that ball in the air the way you have, to have had all these phases where you go...
Being open to change.
Really? Yeah.
I think so. Being open to change. I mean, the human body is very humbling, and if you're a woman, you certainly are aware of the way change is part of your fate, because there's only a window of time within which you can procreate. And that is such a blessing. And it is also a measure of worth that men don't experience. And it is also a tremendous gift because you, in some ways, get to be born fresh. I gotta watch my terms because my grandmother was a Pentecostal preacher. I don't want to get into trouble. But you can be born freshly in your own self-understanding by not internalizing any longer the male gaze. Unless you want to.
Right.
unless it's fun for you now, and you can do it your way, on your terms. And so I'm watching women these days, and I'm very heartened by the diversity of representation that is accessible to young people today. But see, it takes strength. You have to be able to come up against all these things that want you to internalize them and make you an insecure person. every little lesson that you get and being able to change and adapt and not let it define you is the goal for women, I think.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You've been consistent. Was it gratifying in that run, sort of perfect storm, unfaithful, under the Tuscan sun, to just have this? People knew you from a little romance, and they knew you along the way, and then here she is again, you know?
John Cusack and I made a film together, and we sat in the trailer at one point, and he said something that I'm going to quote, and he's going to have to forgive me, because maybe he would disagree with himself at this point. And there were these books on the table, and he says, I think we're the coffee table book actors. We make everybody feel super comfy, cozy. We've been there since they were 12. They are now whatever age they are, and we're still here, and they know they're okay because we're still here. And I thought, I can work with that. I thought, I'm not ashamed of that at all. I bring it, because we want to see what else you got. And that's part of the reason I chose this show, is because it's so completely fresh and different for me as a show, even if I were just watching it. So to think of myself in it, get a little squirrely, but that's the fun of it. You're supposed to do the work that scares you.
It's funny, when I interviewed him for this show a couple of months ago, he was saying sometimes he'll be watching TV and he'll come across a movie on cable, and he said, it's like looking at your old yearbook photos. You go, who is that guy? What is up with your hair? Who is that guy? You know?
Fun.
Do you ever come across your old stuff when you're watching TV, or do you?
Well, I call it my young stuff.
Yeah, right.
It cuts both ways. I mean, sure, I do, and I always want to break the mold. I mean, when you're an actor, you want to be able to disappear into something as much as you're allowed, or have the courage, or can pull off. I think it's an incredibly noble profession, and I did not used to think that. I used to really poo-poo my profession because I grew up in it.
Yeah.
You know, wherever you grow up, you have to leave. And this pandemic, actors got me through it. And of course the crew and everybody that makes actors shine. But they're the ones on camera. Everything that makes that moment possible, yes. But the actors get us through it. And the comfort we have taken from watching the shows. But my hat's off to the profession, because we're able to increase our compassion and have diverse experiences vicariously, and expand our imagination and our sense of what's possible for ourselves. We feel seen. They're championing something that we wish we could champion, so we have champions now. It's an amazing craft, and I see why so many people want to break in, and I'm glad for my daughter, because there's a lot more access.
She's into it, right?
She's into it.
And you've encouraged her?
You know, I discouraged her.
Oh, you did?
I think most people in my profession discourage their offspring. Because
you know too much.
I know too much. And she has seen behind the curtain in Oz, as I call it. And after graduating Gallatin, NYU, and after her journalist education, this is the real storytelling in a way. In a way. And I think I have the sense that she's going to morph into writing things. That's every parent has a fantasy they project onto their kids. So forgive me, Eleanor. But I think she's got it in her to be sort of I always say you can replace an actor. They're the most replaceable thing in a way. But you can't replace the writing. That is, if it's not on the page, how do you expect that to get to the stage?
Right.
It's got to be in the writing. And I think she's incredibly gifted. And of course, she can act, and she's beautiful. That's fine. But I still think that, write something for actors to do forever. Then to me, that's the highest hype.
Well, congratulations on the series. It's
Thank
outstanding,
you.
and it's just fun to walk
you.
through your career. It's
Honored
a pleasure.
to speak with you today.
Nice to see you.
Take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here.
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Today I'm dishing up the sneaky secrets I use to remake 2 classic chicken recipes. We've got chicken noodle soup and chicken parm. I mean, what's the point of sharing recipes if we don't dish on our secrets, right? Chicken is obviously one of the most versatile proteins out there, and it's something everyone in my family loves, frankly. So I'm always thinking of different ways to use it. So it really depends on what I'm making, but I'm a big fan of using rotisserie chicken wherever I can, especially in something like a chicken soup. I do tend to keep some frozen chicken on hand because you never know when you need a last minute meal. But my trick is when you start to thaw the chicken, I like to begin to cut it before it's totally thawed. I find it's a lot easier to cut through when it's almost half frozen. And if it is totally thawed, my other trick is to use kitchen shears. Just use straight up scissors to cut the chicken up into little bits if that's what you're doing, because sometimes trying to cut fresh chicken is just so difficult. First up, chicken noodle soup with my secret ingredient. Take a look.
Let's start with some carrots. Wait, these aren't carrots. What are these?
Celery. Pancakes. Pancake. Pancake. Oh, pancake. Oh, pancake.
Why are you saying pancake?
Peel. I'm ready to peel.
All right, let's peel the carrots. You literally peel better than your father. Nice job. You want to cut this?
No. No, no.
You gonna run away? Want me to tell you when I'm done?
Yeah.
Cal, are you gonna stay for the onion?
It hurts my eyes.
Okay, go stand over there. Okay. Can we continue? Can I go saute the vegetables now? Okay. While that's sauteing, let's do the chicken. Take this
Skin off.
Yeah, I'm taking the skin off.
There's nudity now.
So instead of taking the time to boil up a whole chicken, I just bought a pre-cooked chicken at the grocery store. On some bite-sized pieces, small enough for Ollie to eat. Okay, perfect. And here's my secret.
Noodles.
Ramen noodles. So when I was in Korea with the flu, I ate chicken noodle soup every single day, and the noodles they used were ramen noodles, and it was the best chicken soup I've ever had. So I tried to recreate that. So now I add ramen noodles to my soup. A chunk. Thank you.
Not the big chunks, right?
Sometimes I even like to eat these before they're cooked. It's up to you if you want to use the spice packet
Sometimes I'll use a little bit because it adds a nice little saltiness, but sometimes it doesn't need it. Put a lid on and let this simmer till dinner time.
It looks like butter.
It does look like butter. All right, ready? Here you go. All right, cutting onions has been the biggest obstacle that Calvin and I encounter when we are cooking together. I'll do the onions, okay? Have no fear, because you guys have written in so many wonderful suggestions, and I'm gonna give them a try. Here's the thing though, the reason I never cry when Calvin is like, bawling his eyes out over these onions, I wear contacts, so I think that kind of protects my eyes from whatever juices are floating around from these onions. So chances are you're not gonna see me cry because of my contacts. But these make sense to me. The first one is you want to keep a bowl of water near you when you're chopping an onion, and I think that is because when you cut the onion, the acids are released into the air, and water actually attracts those acids. So when you're cutting, instead of them, being drawn to the water in your eye, they're being drawn to the water in the bowl itself. So that makes sense to me. I will certainly try that one. Another one, which I think is along the same lines, is you take a paper towel and you soak it in water, and then you chop the onion right onto the paper towel, which also makes sense because if the acids are attracted to the water, then the water in the paper towel would draw out the acids. However, I feel like if you have a really sharp knife and you cut a little bit of paper towel, I'd rather tear up a little bit than have paper towel in my food, but that's just me. Another one we've actually tried, because someone sent us a pair of these onion goggles. I think it must work the same way as it does with my contacts, So you put on these onion goggles, it's got a nice a nice little seal around it. So again, these acids, whatever juices are floating around after you cut into an onion, are not getting into your eye. And how cool do they look? They need to make kids' version of onion goggles because the goggles I have for Calvin are too big for his face. So not only was he trying to cut the onion, but then he's touching his face with onion juice on his fingers. So it didn't necessarily work as well. He just needs glasses that fit better. Okay, and the last one is you chew a piece of gum, which you want to wait until right before you start cutting, because you'll notice when you put a piece of gum in your mouth, you naturally start talking and breathing, through your mouth as opposed to breathing through your nose. So none of these onion juices are getting into your nasal cavity, and it's not making you upset. Although this is going to make my mother very upset that I'm talking with a mouthful of gum. So thank you guys so much for sending in all these tips. I love to actually get a chance to set up my science experiments and try what you recommend. I really do read through everything you suggest, and we are certainly going to try these in the kitchen. I think the bowl of water might be our first try. Coming up next, my take on an Italian classic, chicken parm, and this one also has a secret ingredient. Stay tuned and I'll tell you what it is.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. The false narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Up next is my chicken parm with a secret ingredient. It may seem a little unconventional, but instead of breadcrumbs, I actually use saltine crackers. I know it sounds crazy, but I promise it works. In addition to the crackers, for this recipe, you'll need chicken, of course, Parmesan cheese, garlic powder, Italian seasoning, salt, pepper, eggs, flour, and deli mozzarella cheese. First, we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm going to put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. I'm going to sprinkle in some garlic powder. I'm going to add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic,
What else?
seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go slow look.
You're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it? All right, let's take a couple questions from social media. Jenny asked, do you serve it with basil leaves or is that fresh spinach? That's a good question. I never really explained that part of the dish. So another secret I have, I like to take my dish, I put fresh spinach in the bottom of the dish, and then I drizzle it with some olive oil, some salt, and fresh cracked pepper. Then I take the pasta right out of the water and let it drip just a little bit, but then I put the warm pasta on top of the spinach so it starts to kind of wilt a little bit, so it's cooked but not really cooked, and it still has that nice crunch and that fresh flavor. And all that is kind of the bed for the regular chicken parm. Another question we got from Instagram, do you feed the cameraman? That's a very good question. Why do you think I made chicken parm? So my cameraman is actually my husband, Brian.
Behind the scenes, cooking with Cal, and my AD on the shoot is sitting right behind me. And that's how we have to bribe him with food to keep him quiet.
He shoots and edits all of these cooking with cows for me, so it's truly a family affair. Brian's favorite meal is chicken parm, so this meal was all for him. And Caroline asks, where do we find all these recipes? Very good question. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
3. Let's see how fast I could cut these.
No, that's terrible.
I'm Bella James, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. My name is Isabella, and I'm in 2nd grade, and I'm 7 years old. When I first started to cook, I was 4 years old, and the first thing I ever made was scrambled eggs. My mom taught me how to cook. Some of my favorite making dishes that I make with my mom are cow foot, brown stewed chicken, curry goat, curry chicken. Cow foot is a Jamaican dish that my mom makes that I absolutely love. I think Grammy Pearl used to make cow foot. My great-great-grandma had a restaurant in Jamaica. Everyone in my family loves to cook, so that's why I like to cook for everyone in my family. I have my own lemonade business, and it's called Sunshine Lemonade. Some of the things I like to do are to play Roblox with my friends, playing outside in the treehouse with my sister. Well, anything to get out, to have fun, really. I'm also a Girl Scout, and I love to ride my bike. Today, I'm so excited because today we will be making my upside down pineapple cake and my sunshine lemonade. What I love most about it is it's not too sugary, and we also put applesauce instead of eggs for people who are vegan. This is what you need to get started. Some cooking spray, some coconut oil, brown sugar, pineapple slices, and maraschino cherries. I think maraschino cherries is a funny name. I think it might be French. You're going to need a 9-inch pan, some parchment paper. Then you're going to put it at the bottom of the pan. Now you want to spray the sides with some cooking spray. Now, what you are going to want to do is you're going to get your coconut oil, pour it at the bottom, but make sure it is melted coconut oil so the cake can come out nice and moist. Now we are going to get our brown sugar, pinch and sprinkle. The coconut oil and the sugar is going to make a nice caramel taste when it's done. Yep, you have to use the whole thing. I want something really sweet today. We want something really sweet today. No more vegetables. No more vegetables. Today, we deserve a treat. Now you are going to want to grab the pineapple, put it in the center, and I'm going to make a flower design. And then, now I'm going to put another pineapple right there. Pineapple right there. Whew. Okay. And then, I'm going to put it right there. And it's cherry time. Okay, 1 cherry, 2 cherry, 3 cherry, 4 cherry, 5 cherry, 6 cherry, 7 cherries more. The reason why we put the pineapples and cherries on the bottom is because the bottom is the top. So when you flip it, it looks like a cake. And now we are going to make the cake batter. Put that right there. Cake batter time. Now we are going to preheat the oven to 350 degrees. Now I've set up all my cake batter ingredients. Now we are going to start with all our dry ingredients and then mix them together. First, we are going to start with our baking powder. You have to make sure all that gets in there. Hey, you're hiding from my aren't you? Now, the salt. Maybe I'll take some. That's better. Now, our favorite part, the shredded coconut. It's time for our sugar. Let's mix it well so it can combine. Now we're gonna mix up our wet ingredients. Okay, first we are going to start with some coconut oil. This might look very weird, but I promise you it's gonna look better when it's cooked. Let's open this vanilla up. Okay, got it. Make sure it's 1 tablespoon. This should be good. Okay. Oh no, cut. Okay, we'll put some more back in there. Okay. Vanilla goes in there. It's not that big of a deal. It's just gonna be a little bit of vanilla. It's okay. It's okay. Who doesn't like some vanilla? Right. Now it's time for the pineapple juice. Oh my goodness, this is very chunky coconut milk. Last but not least, our apple cider vinegar. Now, mix well to combine. The coconut oil and the applesauce are going to make the cake nice and moist. Now it's time to mix the wet ingredients with the dry ingredients. Let's grab our handy dandy whiskety. Oh my, this is very thick. Oh my. Now it's time to put the cake batter in the cake pan. This is kind of having a sad part, but now we have to put it in the oven and it takes a whole entire hour. So I think I'm gonna have to call over Mom. Mom, can you help me? So the cake is in the oven and it's gonna take an hour. So in the meanwhile, how about we work on my spicy Jamaican lemonade?
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
This cake goes great with my spicy Jamaican sunshine lemonade. Let me go grab the ingredients and let me show you how to make it. I need 8 lemons. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Okay. Okay, this is just getting ridiculous. So what you're going to need is lemons, fresh turmeric, fresh ginger root, some brown sugar, and molasses, and water too. So let's start peeling. I like to use a spoon to peel turmeric and ginger sometimes. It's really easy. More mess, I demand more mess. Turmeric can stain your hands, so sometimes you might want to use gloves so you don't get a stain. Now, let's start peeling some ginger. You could also use ground turmeric and ginger. I like using fresh spices because it gives a better flavor. Now I have to slice these, but it's a little hard for me. So, Mom! Here's the next piece. And you're done. Okay, thanks. Now I'm gonna add some water to the ginger and the turmeric and put it to a boil. Now let's start cutting up these lemons. You want to be really careful to make sure you don't cut where your fingers are because we're not cutting off fingers today, okay? Okay, well we're gonna get the lemon squeezer. Thank you. I love this machine because it has little holes in it so the seeds won't go through. When Bella squeezes lemon, she don't play. So the ginger and turmeric looks so good. It smells amazing in here. But now it's time to remove it from the stove. Okay, now I'm gonna add sugar, the molasses, and the lemon juice. But I wanna do it while it's hot so then it can all dissolve and come together. So first let's start with some sugar. I don't want to splash it. How about we use a spoon? That'll make life more easy right now. Do you see how satisfying that is? Now it's time for the molasses. It's so sticky. One time I tried it. It tastes a lot like honey, so I kind of liked it. Time for the lemon juice. We're going to let it cool for a bit. Okay. Put that right on top of there. This is my most favorite lemonade ever. It looks delicious. Right there. Oh my God. Ooh. This right here could make us some money. You know what goes great with lemonade? My cake. I think it's finally ready. Let's flip it. Now you have to let it sit for 15 minutes. It's gonna be the longest 15 minutes of my life. Flip it. Oops. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what we want. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Oh, wow. It looks so good. This I will eat in one bite. Now that my cake and my lemonade are ready, I'm so excited to share this with my favorite person, my mom. Thank you. I know, it looks so good.
How it tastes.
Okay.
It's super moist.
There you go.
Thank you. Cheers. Delicious.
Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I loved you guys being in my kitchen with me today. Hopefully you can make this recipe too. See you later. Bye.
I didn't think when I had started boxing that I was gonna come this far. I didn't know I was gonna grow this fast.
This is Violet, the warrior princess Lopez.
I would probably say I'm more of a warrior than a princess.
A 13-year-old boxer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's shaking up the world of youth boxing.
People say boxing is not meant for girls. I want them to see me as someone who shows you that you can do the sport you love, even though it's a sport that people say is not meant for you.
Violet was born with the heart of a fighter.
She's our youngest female boxer ever to compete out of the United Community Center. And I taught her from scratch, you know, from a kid that didn't know nothing.
One day I was at home and my dad came home from work and he was like, your cousins are gonna do boxing, do you wanna try it to see if you like it?
They looked around, they trained a little bit, and then as the weeks went on, she just got more and more into it.
At just 8 years old, Violet won her first fight. She was forced to wait 2 years for her next fight because there wasn't another female competitor in her age group.
Early on in her career, she was always down on herself because she never knew when she was going to get a fight. Being a female in boxing and then being an 8-year-old female, there's not many 8-year-old females that want to get punched in the face.
For 2 years, she just trained. They would have show fights here and all the boys are fighting, but she wasn't. She was just watching from the stands. She started to kind of think if it was for her because she didn't feel like there was enough room for females in boxing just because there was no opportunities for them.
I think that she realizes now that it's just part of the sport for female boxers.
That's the last round, okay? 20 seconds.
Not being able to get a fight and her crying because she wanted to fight. That's just as bad as losing.
But Violet didn't let that stop her. By 12 years old, she was the top-ranked amateur boxer in the country in her division, winning gold at the Junior Olympics and 5 national championships.
I want everyone to know that I worked really hard to get to where I am right now, and it's not always easy.
One of Violet's biggest challenges is outside the ring, fighting the stereotypes that are familiar to many female athletes.
Their biggest challenge is the fact that they are a female and not a male. People just assuming that they have it easier, people thinking that the training may be different for them, not as hard, they don't have to do as much. To see her cry in her bedroom. To say that my daughter wouldn't have national championships if she were a boy because it'd be so much harder and like that's real boxing is just crap.
Nonetheless, Violet persisted.
Leading up to Lake Charles, I thought we had a really good camp. You know, she knew she had to step it up and she had to fight harder, prepare harder. Violet persevered. She outboxed them. She did what she had to do.
I'm really happy. I'm glad that I got another win in my book.
Violet was poised to have her best season ever in 2020.
2020 was going to be the year like that. I just skyrocketed. But no, the coronavirus came along. It impacted me so much. I had to take off a year of showing people what I can do and who I want to be and what I want to change for boxing.
Violet's gym closed in March of 2020, and she had 3 of her upcoming tournaments canceled because of the pandemic. Her next national tournament was set for March 2021.
I'm looking forward to fighting because I haven't fought in it's going to be a whole year once that time comes.
not having fought in a while, it is going to be a little more difficult because I'm going to have to like get back into the groove of things.
I just always tell her to continue to be her and work as hard as she can, and that'll just be enough to always know what you want, continue to be who you are, and just do the best that you can. We can't always expect you to win and be perfect.
Violet finished third in the Youth National Championships. After that one loss, Violet's national ranking dropped from first to third.
I think I needed that loss. That was my first loss in a long time. I gotta work harder because I want to get back to the #1 spot because that's where I should be. I'm graduating 8th grade, so I'm going to become a high schooler in a few months. My birthday is coming up too, so I'll be 14.
I'm beyond proud. I'm beyond proud. There's not a word. For what we've accomplished and for what we've done together, I just don't feel like people can take that away from me.
In July, Violet's home gym reopened, and she earned a bronze medal at the 2021 Junior Olympics in Lubbock, Texas. Next up, she's aiming for that #1 ranking.
My goal is to get my #1 spot back because that's what I want, period.
Probably cause I am a star and I got what it takes. Cause I'm finna go far, finna win first place, yeah.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
When I get on a skateboard, it is the most liberating feeling I've ever experienced. And whatever problems that I'm having in my life, they just go away. Yay! And when I get in a sari and I start flying in the bowl, it's just really fun. I feel very lucky that I found skateboarding. I could have lived my whole life and never found it.
Meet Orby Roy, also known as Auntie Skates on social media. She's a 46-year-old mother of 2 who started to skateboard just 3 years ago.
When I started skateboarding as a family, I started an Instagram account just to track our progress for fun and feel good about us as a family skateboarding together, and it made me really happy. Then in January of 2021, it was a particularly dark period for, I think, a lot of people with COVID, and everybody just seemed depressed. People weren't even hiding it anymore, and myself included. I think that mental health, everybody's mental health was suffering. So I created Auntie Skates as a way to spread joy and positivity. I started a TikTok account. I had never even been on TikTok before. And I took a character, Auntie, and I just started posting really fun, uplifting videos. I had created the character Auntie some time ago in improv, and I may or may not have been disciplining my children with that accent.
Hello everybody, it's Auntie. I'm out in the cold weather in Canada to do a rock to fakie. First try. Ready?
That was one piece of it. And the other piece of it was I was getting on Instagram more, and I started following young South Asian women. And I started to notice that they were complaining often about auntie. And every culture has that toxic person in their lives, the person that tries to bring them down, the person that's always judging them, you know, the person that says, "Why aren't you married yet?" And every culture has that, my culture included. So why not be the person that builds people up? And that's why Auntie Skates was created, specifically.
And it wasn't just her age that made her stand out in the skate park.
As a South Asian woman, I do wear traditional dress often for special occasions, weddings. Any chance I can to wear a sari, I will wear it. A sari is a traditional Indian outfit that women wear, and it's a long piece of cloth that you wrap around yourself. It comes in really bright, vibrant colors. I like to have fun as a skateboarder. I like to have fun as a mom. And I took Auntie Skates a little bit further, and I put Auntie in a sari, and I skated the bowl.
Orby didn't realize the impact that she would have on others.
It was the comments that people were leaving, from the 40-year-old man who used to skate as a kid and bought a board because of me, to the young Indian girl in a village in India who said, "If you can do it, I can do it." It resonated with so many people in so many different ways.
Roy was always someone that took risks, even when she was a young girl.
My parents are immigrants. They came to this country in the 60s, and I think when they came to this country, they had culture shock. They didn't really feel comfortable raising a daughter in a new, more liberal country, and I think what happened was they kind of doubled down on their old school values. They were doing what they thought was best for me, and they were setting some standards based on their own fears. And the great thing about my parents is that they learned from their mistakes. Yes, I got a computer science degree. Yes, I worked on Wall Street. But that day that I called my father and told him I was walking away from this job, and he supported me, and my mom supported me, I knew that I would always have my parents' support no matter what crazy thing I did. And with Auntie Skates, the fact that I was doing skateboarding in the first place, they were behind me immediately.
Sadly, Roy lost her beloved father, Shamit, this year.
I've always leapt before I looked, and the reason why I've been able to do that is because of my father's support. He always had my back, and he would gently guide me.
Family support has always guided Roy, and it was her husband, and ultimately becoming a mother, that made her want to pick up a skateboard and try.
When I first started talking to Sanjeev, skateboarding came up right away. He told me he sprained his ankle skateboarding and he couldn't come and meet me and that I should come and meet him. And I immediately asked him, "Are you a pro skater?" I had no concept of adult skateboarding. And he said, "I'm not a pro skater, I'm an adult skateboarder, I just like to skateboard."
She just fell in love with it. Next thing you know, I get a text message of her dropping in on a quarter pipe and and like falling on her butt and laughing. And yeah, I think that was it. That hooked you.
When we're sessioning, which is a bunch of us skating together, we just feed off of each other's energy and we push each other to try new tricks. We celebrate together, and we also push each other a little bit. Why not?
Roy believes skateboarding has actually made her a better parent.
Let's go! Yeah! I can do it! What's up?
There's a lot of life lessons to be learned in skateboarding. I've watched my kids' confidence grow so much as they skateboard. And they also learn a little bit about perseverance. You're not going to get something right away. It's not going to be handed to you. Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I'm frustrated.
Mama, you say I'm the drama queen. I am the drama queen.
They see all the emotions that I go through and they see me get through it. And that's what they're mimicking that behavior now. Sometimes people are at the skate park and they're a little bit nervous. And I always go to those people and say, "How are you doing? Do you need some help?" And now they do the same thing too. And just the fact that they have compassion and empathy and that they've learned that, it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud. That's parenting 101, I guess.
People ask her, "Are your kids embarrassed of you starting this thing?" And we're not. We're really proud of her. Like, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Like, if you have like a super cool parent or a super cool mom, be proud of it.
As a 46-year-old woman who gets into a bowl and skates in a sari, I want people to know that you can do anything you want. Be kind to yourself and follow those dreams. Do that thing you thought was too late to do. Do the thing that makes you happy. Auntie believes in you.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is South Lake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We need to be deprogrammed. And so to say I am more than, or Black Lives Matter, that's where our heart or our art comes into play. If I can paint it, if I can sing it, put it in the words of song, you'll start to reprogram. You'll start to change your mind. My name is Michelle Browder. I am a resident of Montgomery, Alabama. I am an activist in that I'm an artist. Nina Simone said it's my duty to use my art to speak truth to power. And so that's what I'm doing. We have something that no other city or state has. We have all of this history. The piece of art is really a conversation not only about the art, but history, and the history that lies in the center of our town there.
Montgomery, Alabama, in 1955 was the beginning. Montgomery's traditional pattern of segregation touched all forms of the city's life.
You have the space where Rosa Parks, on the opposite side of the street, took her defiant stand, but also rode the bus to where she was arrested. And then 10 years after that, you have the Selma to Montgomery March, where 25,000 people marched from Selma to the state's capital.
All the world today knows that we are here and we are standing before the forces of power in the state of Alabama, saying we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around.
It's so historical. Like, that fountain has seen every aspect of history as it relates to Black lives. We have the tunnel where enslaved African people were brought. And then we have the auction block. What better place to put it than at the fountain? So within the mural, there are footsteps in red that signifies the blood and the steps that those men, women, and children took to the auction block as they were separated from their families. And then you have, of course, the hands on the opposite side of the mural that represents the city that was built by enslaved African men, women, and children. It is a sanctuary for healing, for people to just walk around and experience that history, because there's blood there. Art can change mindsets. can cause paradigm shifts. And with that powerful affirmation, I am more than, Black Lives Matter, see me through a different lens, see my humanity. My Blackness matters, my culture matters, my essence, my being matters. That's either going to provoke you to make a change or open your eyes to see the truth and that we've been wrong in how we treat Black people in this country.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
He's perfect. This is like not real.
Not long ago, these two women were perfect strangers. Now they share a bond that's unbreakable in the form of this tiny baby boy named Teldon Walker.
Do you remember the first time you held Teldon?
I do. I can't even explain, how it feels to hold him now still. It's like a gift that I will never, ever, ever be able to repay Cheryl for.
Chelsea Jovanovich was a teenager when doctors told her she would never be able to get pregnant, born with a rare condition called MRKH. Her uterus never fully developed.
It was devastating. All I ever wanted to do was be a mom.
Chelsea and her husband Jake tried surrogacy but were unsuccessful. Near the point of giving up, the couple decided to try something that seemed unimaginable.
For some reason, I had remembered where my primary care provider had given me that Time magazine about the uterine transplants. I'm like, I'm just going to Google it.
That's when a uterus from a living or deceased donor is transplanted into another woman so that she can carry a baby. It's an experimental surgery being tested for women who don't have a functioning uterus. So far, there have been 50 uterus transplants performed all over the world. 20 babies have been born.
These women have ovaries, they have eggs, they just don't have the uterus to gestate the pregnancy. So once we are able to give them that uterus, the vast majority get pregnant and have babies.
Chelsea found a uterus transplant program at Penn Medicine in Philadelphia.
And I said, well, I'm just going to apply. They're never going to pick me, but...
Why didn't you think they would pick you?
Because there's probably so many people applying. I didn't think that it would be an option for us.
There's one ovary right here.
But after undergoing a series of tests, Chelsea was not only selected to undergo a transplant, doctors told her they already had a donor who was a match.
I was in shock because I wasn't actually believing that we were going to, do this.
In February 2020, she underwent the 12-hour transplant surgery. 6 weeks later, doctors implanted one of the couple's 3 embryos. The first didn't work, but the second time around,
oh my God. I went my whole life thinking I wasn't able to carry a child. It's like something out of a dream.
As Chelsea's baby bump grew bigger, the couple couldn't help but wonder who was this mysterious donor.
All I knew is whoever this lady was, she was pretty selfless and pretty amazing.
But a few weeks later, Chelsea got the opportunity to meet the donor. Cheryl Urban, a 42-year-old Pennsylvania mother of two who decided to become a donor after hearing about uterus transplants on the local news. The two women had an instant connection.
Something brought us together, and I mean, even our personalities seemed very similar.
On May 18th, Chelsea delivered baby Teldon. And last month, Cheryl met him for the first time.
Really? We did this? It worked! This is amazing!
What made you want to do this?
I had 2 great pregnancies. I enjoyed pregnancy. I enjoyed the feeling of my kids. So I just wanted to be able to give that to somebody else. You know, I had my kids.
Now, these two women call each other soul sisters.
I feel like a part of your family. I'm like, every picture, I'm like, oh my God. I felt like I was pregnant with you.
Thanks to a breakthrough surgery and a selfless act.
We were all just standing around staring at each other. I have chills. My goodness. So let me tell you. So Chelsea tells us that in just a few months, they're going to try for one more baby with this same uterus. Doctors say while this type of transplant is still being studied right now, they are getting better and better at it and having more success. And they hope in the near future that it'll become a viable option for women with this type of infertility. So she'll do it one more time and then they'll take the uterus.
What a beautiful act of generosity from a total stranger. I'm so moved by that.
She just wanted to give that experience.
Well, what about those? I mean, they do those anti-rejection medications. I mean, do they? I'm sure they've looked into it. If there's any impact on the baby.
That's a good question. It's hard on the body. In fact, these same medications have been studied in pregnant kidney transplant recipients, and doctors have not found any increase in the risk of birth defects. But doctors also tell us there is still, frankly, so much they don't know about the full effect of these anti-rejection medications. So that is one of the many things they're still trying to learn about. So she'll try to have one more child, and then they'll remove the uterus so that she doesn't have to take those drugs anymore.
Wow.
But I mean, it's...
And can that uterus be then used for somebody else?
I asked that same question. I don't think so. I think they're going to, 2 for 1 uterus.
Yeah, I know.
It's not a car.
It's not both.
Well, so, and Carson just said, the takeaway here, which is the implications for the future. I mean, there are so many women who have suffered from this. She found out when she was 15.
Which changes everything for a young woman.
Life.
Yeah.
Do you tell your boyfriend in college? So this is groundbreaking.
Very cool. And those scientists are amazing, the doctors and researchers. Love that story, Chanel. Thank you.
These are the hands behind Community Loaves, a special project to donate home-baked bread to local food banks in Seattle. The group of almost 500 home bakers is led by Catherine Curley, a college administrator and avid home baker who has transformed her garage to function as a hub for twice-monthly bread collection.
Bread's been around for a long time. It's 4 simple ingredients: flour, water, salt, yeast. And each time someone discovers it for the first time, it's like magic.
What started out as a 19-loaf donation at the start of the pandemic has grown to a recent donation of more than 1,300 loaves. Carloads of bread are collected and donated to HopeLink, an area food bank that has seen a surging demand during the pandemic. Matthew Campbell is their Associate Director of Food Programs.
When I think of my childhood, my grandma used to make the best homemade bread. That reminds me of this. You can see smiles through masks. You still can. You can see the eyes go up. 600, 700 loaves of bread going out now. That's 600, 700 smiles. And it's just awesome. It makes a difference.
If I divide this up...
Catherine and some of her original group of bakers developed the formula for their honey oat loaf bread, including local flour that's sourced from wheat grown in Washington state.
A batch is 4, and we want them to donate 3, and we encourage them to keep 1 to feed them and thank them for their time, while at the same time paying it forward through the gift of the bread.
He's 76 years old. Did he try it? Yeah, he loves it.
For Sarah Ganholm, being a part of Community Loaves has allowed her to connect with her elderly father during the pandemic.
He's never made anything but chocolate chip cookies in his oven or a turkey. It just seemed like a natural thing for us to get on Zoom together and do this together. My dad now has bread, and now he's really proud of this new skill, and all of a sudden he's giving back to a community in a way that he's never done in his life.
This dough already has a lot of development.
Catherine didn't start baking bread until later in life, but she has fond childhood memories of watching her grandma Ruth bake bread and desserts. Sadly, her grandma, Ruth Wyson, passed away in August at the age of 105.
So when I visited her this summer, this project was going, and she wasn't eating very much, but she would eat bread. And she said to me that if the project had existed when she was baking bread, that she would have loved to participate.
For Thanksgiving last year, Community Loaves adapted their bread recipe to make special dinner rolls, and then they topped off 2020 with a bang, donating almost 4,000 pecan finger cookies for the winter holiday season, a favorite recipe of Catherine's grandma, Ruth. As for 2021, Catherine's greatest hope is that other cities can find a way to copy what Community Loaves has been doing in Seattle.
It's restored my faith in the collective good that we can actually do. We can be more self-determinant even in the face of the pandemic.
I like riding with my dad because I definitely feel safe and secure. Often I think about what's going to go wrong, and so having somebody as a backup like, yep, we're going to be fine, just helps you get out of that negative mindset.
How do you eat an elephant?
One bite at a time. That is our mantra.
Riding a bike across the country, that's a tremendous feat in and of itself. But imagine doing it on one of these, a high wheel bike. That's precisely what father-daughter duo Randy and Amy Olenek did when they set out not once, but twice to complete a record-breaking journey together.
We're gonna ride with Bill.
Yeah.
I started riding high wheels back in 1991 when I was asked to join a high wheel bicycle band.
Soon after, Randy and his family joined the Wheelman Organization. It's an international group that collects, restores, and shows antique bicycles.
My daughter wanted to ride with the Wheelman, but the girls all had to wear dresses and ride the safety bikes, and she did not want anything to do with the dresses. So she said, Dad, get me some knickers, I'm learning to ride a high wheel.
How old was she?
She was 13, I believe, 12 or 13.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history. I've been riding with her since. Riding with Amy is great just because it gives us time to catch up on everything. No cell phones, no texting, even just clear time just to talk about nothing, you know, just to be silly and talk about goofy stuff.
But one pivotal event led to the ride of a lifetime.
I had a very dear friend of mine in Indiana, Wheelman. He says, I'm going to the doctor. He goes to the doctor, diagnosed with colon cancer. Two months later, he passes away.
His death gave Randy and Amy the push to ride cross-country on their high-wheel bikes together.
And as soon as he passed away, that was the straw that said, we're going, because you just don't know. Ray rode on the back of my bike as a guardian angel all the way across the country and looked over us.
The journey was 57 days, over 3,314 miles. They started in San Francisco and ended in Boston, Massachusetts.
Let me tell you the count. 3,314 miles. That is right there. I definitely learned a lot about my dad during the trip. He's the map person, but I'm the Google Map person. And of course, when you're out riding for hours, you want to talk about something. I would try and ask my dad about like his past, because as a kid, you don't ask your parents about those things.
Amy was attempting to be the first woman to ride across. Unfortunately, another wheelman started several months before. So I started thinking, you know, I enjoyed the trip so much, I'm going north to south. And I told Amy, no woman has done both. So you're number 2 there, but if you do this, you will be the first woman. And of course, Amy said,
sign me up.
So we started in Sault Ste. Marie and then continued down through Michigan all the way down into Florida.
When you were on that cross-country track, what surprised you most about your daughter?
When you raise your children, you know, you raise them up to like 18 and you send them off, but they're always kids to you. But she came back as an adult, so I got to learn what a great adult she had turned out to be. So it wasn't until after that it really dawned on me how special the time was. You're trying to get across the country and everything, but after the fact, when someone comes and says, that's the greatest thing you did with your daughter, and you're thinking like, yeah, it really was.
Why was it so emotional when you finished that trip with Amy?
When you finally get to the end there, you've made it, and you're sitting there with your daughter, and you know, she reaches over and puts her arm around you, and it's done. And you just get like this, to be there with her, to experience that. But
making memories, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice to have something in common with your parents. I think one of the things I recognize in other people is that they don't get along with their parents. So even though I do get along very well with my parents, just having an activity to do together is very bonding. While he's not like silly and singing songs until I make him, he always has a really good attitude.
No chains here.
No chains.
No gears here.
No, as soon as chain and gear got here, these bikes disappeared overnight.
But you do have a bell.
You do have a bell. Get the horses out of the way.
Oh, that was the purpose back then?
Back then, yeah.
And what purpose does it serve now?
Get the people out of the way.
And by people, he means me. While I wasn't ready to ride myself, Randy did show me how it's done. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Holy smokes. You make it look so easy. You make it look so easy. One of the things I always enjoy about doing these stories about dads like yourself is it becomes fairly obvious to me pretty quickly that it's never about the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's about that thing being a conduit to connect with the child.
Absolutely. You find something that they like doing that you do, there's an instant connection there. Unfortunately, a lot of us raised in my generation, you had the father figure and your children, and the two worlds didn't mix all that much. And so I was very fortunate that my kids made the connection for me, because I wasn't wise enough to do that.
Sometimes with parents, you see your kids as kids forever. So going on our ride specifically really just showed how much like faith he had in me as an adult. Like he knew that I could hold my own. He knew that he could count on me. And so to feel that way as an adult, it really means a lot to me.
What's the saying? Pain is temporary, pride is forever.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
John, what's the secret? How do you rear a daughter to become a U.S. Olympian?
I talk to her, I motivate her, but the real secret is, I think it's her. I think she's pretty natural. She will be the first Hmong American to be in the Olympic. So I am proud, the family's proud, all the community is very proud of her.
18-year-old Sunisa Lee, or Suni for short, secured her spot on the U.S. Olympic gymnastics team, finishing second behind only Simone Biles at trials in late June.
Sunisa!
And her biggest cheerleader, her dad, John, is still letting that moment sink in.
It's unreal, because especially in gymnastics where, there's only 4 spots available. So if she made it, and that's pretty tough.
Tough, determined, resilient. Qualities that don't just describe Suni's journey to making the Olympic team, but traits she learned watching her dad heal. In August of 2019, just 2 days before Suni competed at Nationals, John fell off a ladder helping a neighbor trim a tree. Now, paralyzed from the chest down, John is slowly relearning how to move.
My hands are getting stronger. My balance is not so great, but I'm learning how to cope with that.
John finds inspiration from his daughter.
You got this.
Thanks.
John, what's the secret? How do you rear a daughter to become a U.S. Olympian?
I talk to her, I motivate her, but the real secret is, I think it's her. I think she's pretty natural.
And from an early age, Suni's energy and talent were hard to ignore.
The first year when she competed, she won state. And then the second year, they jumped her 3 levels. We just continue pushing her, helping her, supporting her.
I understand that when she was sort of starting out, that her dad was so committed to her success that he actually built a beam in the backyard. Is that true?
Yes, it is, and it's still here. Matter of fact, it's in the backyard right now.
Why'd you do that?
She goes to the gym and she practices, but we don't have a beam here, so I couldn't afford a real beam, so I built one.
Small moments that led to Suni living her dream.
You know what I wanted to do before I got hurt? I always told Sunisa, if you make it to the Olympic, I'm gonna run out there and do a backflip. But I can't do it now.
Maybe not a backflip, but you could do some serious high-fiving, right?
Yes.
The Lee family also can't travel to Tokyo because of COVID restrictions, so we'll watch from their hometown in Minnesota.
As I watch her, I'll be thinking if she bring home a couple of medals, hopefully a couple of gold, that would be so great for the family, the community, and for the USA.
Do you get nervous watching Suni?
I do. Deep inside me, I do get a little nervous, especially when she does the beam, because that platform is very narrow and it's high.
But she's been doing it for so many years now. How can you still get nervous?
Everybody gets nervous when a kid gets up on those events. Once they're done, then you get relieved.
Do you think she'll compete again after this, or do you think this will be her first and her last?
She really want to do college gymnastics, so after the Olympic, she only got 3 more years before the next Olympic. I was hoping that she continue on, but she want to go to college and compete.
There is one thing that's for certain. We will all be cheering her on as she goes for gold in Tokyo.
She already proved to the community, her family, her friends, and her coach that she is capable of getting there, so now it's time for her to go and do it for herself.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Now for a new story in our Dad's Got This series. According to the Census Bureau, get this, 19.7 million children in this country are living without a father in their home. That's roughly 1 in 4. Before the current era of social distancing, I visited the Up Next Fatherhood program in New York City. It's a place that's all about giving dads a second chance at being involved in the lives of their children. Family time is something this group of dads doesn't take for granted. They're graduates of Up Next. It's a New York City-based fatherhood program that helps formerly incarcerated and non-custodial dads find employment and reconnect with their families.
Yeah, you feeling good, huh? Nice day today, huh?
Harry Glenn is one of those dads.
What happened in your life that led you to this place?
I started off really young, getting in trouble out in the street, selling drugs with my friends, and then went to prison in my late 20s for 10 years.
Harry was arrested on drug charges when his daughter Anastasia was still a toddler. He would spend much of her childhood in prison.
How much time were you able to spend with your daughter before you went to prison?
When I left, Anastasia was 2 years old. Seeing my daughter come to the visits let me know that I'm letting somebody down here. This is somebody that's dependent on me.
When Harry was released from prison, his daughter Anastasia was almost a teenager and living with her aunt. Harry's parole officer referred him to the 6-week-long Up Next support program. That's where he met other dads hoping to regain custody of their children.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
All right.
What drives you today? Like, what gets you up in the morning?
Growing up without a dad and being a dad, I just wanted to show the difference to my children.
I don't want to miss a day out of my kid's life. I want to be their superhero. That's it. As long as they get older and like, my daddy was there for me, I'm fine with that.
My daughter just turned 5. This is the second birthday in a year that I didn't get to spend with her, you know? On those hard days where you just kind of like don't want to deal with it, understanding that there's someone in that space that might need your energy and having the accountability just to be there and show up for that person.
How did the Up Next program help you become a better father?
Well, they gave me the first line of communication with my daughter, like a direct line. They reached out to her aunt, and her aunt let me know, like, listen, it's your daughter. You can come get her anytime you want to. I just want to make sure that you're prepared for what's going on here. And she started filling me in, like, these are the things that you miss. This is what your daughter may need from you.
How hard is it to be a dad when you're in prison?
I wouldn't say that you could be a father, because what I learned now is to be a father is just to be present, pretty much. That's something that I've been learning. I've been learning that every day.
After completing Up Next, Harry was placed in a transitional job program working as a street cleaner in Times Square. In 2018, he was hired by the Midtown Community Court to be their community engagement coordinator. Just recently, he bought his first home, and his older daughter, Anastasia, now 16, has decided to move back in with him.
How proud are you of yourself?
Oh, see, I don't like to give myself no props.
Sure, statistically, this is not how it plays out.
Nah, not at all. I learned so much inside that box about myself that it helped me come out here and be able to be vulnerable and accept other people's opinions and their plan too.
Harry's life after prison has also been the start of a new chapter of fatherhood. His fiancée, Renita, recently gave birth to their daughter, Kinsley.
It's very important for society to give them another chance because, like, who doesn't make mistakes? The part that's important is that you learn from it, you grow from it.
When Annie was little, I was in the street, so I wasn't focused on home. Now I can't wait to 5 o'clock and get there, because I know that is somebody like this little, with a big old head of hair, and she's knocking at that window like, yo, Dad, what's up? That's my joy right there. That's my reward.
During the pandemic, Up Next has continued to support their dads through video conferencing support groups. And get this, as part of his job, Harry, he's been handing out hand sanitizers and masks in areas of New York City that have been hit especially hard by the virus.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get going, okay?
My mommy's at work today.
My dad, he takes care of us. I love him this much.
It's definitely different to have, you know, a dad there instead of a mom. I think it's more of a positive thing, if anything. He's a great dad. I love him, and yeah.
So, dads make up 17% of all stay-at-home parents, and that's a number that's actually only growing. Today, we're spotlighting the National At-Home Dad Network. It's an organization that basically brings these dads together, and they're also smashing a slew of stigmas as they prove what their famous t-shirt says. Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
I'm Tim McMichael. I'm a stay-at-home dad from Minnesota.
My name is Jay Knutson. I'm a stay-at-home dad from Conway, Arkansas.
Portland, Oregon.
Naperville, Illinois.
Denver, Colorado.
Anchorage, Alaska. Los Angeles, California.
New York, New York.
My name is Charlie O'Hara. I am a stay-at-home dad in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I have 3 sons, Zach, 7, Wesley, 4, and Jameis, 2. Here, want Cheez-Its?
See my house over here?
You guys want to go for a bike ride? You guys want to go for a bike ride? The domino effect of events that really got me to where I'm an at-home dad. Finances, location, hours, everything factored in pretty heavily.
Oh. Charlie's days were spent fighting fires before his 3 boys came along.
There are days where I miss being a firefighter, most definitely, yeah, I do. I miss the camaraderie of it. I miss the calls, being in the fire truck with the lights and sirens going. It always was a rush every time.
But Charlie and wife Emily decided the best decision for their family was for him to stay home and Emily to continue her job as a gynecologist.
Come by me, come by me. Being a stay-at-home dad it's not a curse. I think it's the greatest thing that's probably ever happened to me.
Me and him like to go to the park and play catch in the backyard.
My favorite thing to do with my dad is hang out with him, because he's just super fun.
Just because I don't make the money doesn't mean I don't support my family. My wife can be the breadwinner. Financially, she makes us stable, but I am still well supportive of my family.
My name is Greg Washington. I'm an at-home dad in DeForest, Wisconsin.
Ooh, scavenger hunt. Do you remember when we did one with Easter eggs when you guys were younger?
Oh, yeah.
I've always envisioned myself as a father. I've never envisioned myself as a full-time father. That was something I had to evolve into.
Greg loved spending time with his boys, but felt alone as the only at-home dad in his community.
I wasn't getting the reinforcements, whether it be from friends or family, anybody else, that I was doing the right thing. I literally Googled, I'm a frustrated at-home dad. And that led me to a message board, and I was just sitting there reading and nodding my head about the different things that they were going through.
That message board was the National At-Home Dad Network.
I found my tribe, meaning I was able to find people that were going through the same things as me, someone that you can reach out to that knows what you're going through. There are times where the main contact at the school is the father, because the father drops him off, and everything gets addressed to mommy. When you write that down in a group, people are like, oh, that happened to me too. This is what I did. It's invaluable. I can't really even explain how much value they bring, because it's just every day.
So this is all volunteer?
Yeah, it's all volunteer. It's amazing the guys that have stepped up this last year.
Jonathan Heisey Grove is president of the organization and leader of the 2,500 members across the country.
Why do you think it is that we are seeing more stay-at-home dads now than we did just a few years ago?
I think there's a generational shift that's occurred where the parents that are bringing kids up are realizing that the parenting role is not a one-gender role, that both the husband and wife or the husband and husband are equal partners in the development of their children.
Has it gotten easier since you started?
It was really hard at the beginning.
What was so hard about it?
Well, because I felt like I was on an island. I was on my own, didn't know that there were other at-home dads out there, and just trying to figure out what is my role and how do I fit into the family dynamic now. I found out that there were a lot more of me out there, and it became a support mechanism for me. And so I started to grow as a father and as a parent. Welcome to the 2019 Home Dad Con.
Home Dad Con.
Yes.
It's a convention for stay-at-home dads.
It is. It's been going on for about 25 years, and it has evolved into an annual event where guys from across the country meet up. We have programming, not only fun programming, but serious programming. And the main focus is for these guys to reaffirm, recharge, and reconnect.
Well, for me, this is kind of like me going and meeting up a group of guys that are in my field. You get all meet up and kind of share some stories, share some laughs, and just kind of be, it really is a group of your peers, your true peers.
This is my first convention. I feel like sometimes as stay-at-home dads, we get a little bit of a look down upon, or we're not filling the traditional male roles. So it's nice to be around a group of men that all have the same role and that are doing the best for their kids. It's what we're all trying to do.
I don't think men have these relationships that women do. Women are amazing about, in my opinion, their friendships and the tribes that they make. I think that men need to be doing this more.
Supporting one another as they rear the next generation.
I'm looking forward to when we're empty nesters, and I feel great because I was there for most, if not all, of their benchmarks.
But that taught me if you put your mind to anything, you can achieve it.
In 50 years from now, I will probably be looking back and just realizing that I was able to see every little development every one of my sons made, from losing a tooth to finally using the potty. I get a chance to see my kids grow up and just being able to be a part of their lives.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory
Racism in reverse. False narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Oh, we're back. It's 8. It's time for birthdays. I figured they meant Smucker's birthdays.
Oh, that's...
to you.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
Smuckers for you.
To you.
Not yet.
Were you surprised?
Happy
birthday, dear Craig.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Are you
1.
No.
We don't have time for that.
Is it a biggie?
We'll go up by 10s.
Yeah, 42. They're all big at this point.
You're a baby.
Over the past year, though, especially, these are all big. This is
I guess
so
we
nice.
can't have candles in
You're
there.
a baby.
But we can't hug.
But we can't. Even Carson's going in.
Oh, no.
Who brought the, where's the bourbon?
That's it. I was hoping you did. Thank you, guys.
Did you request Ride Like the Wind by Christopher Cross?
I did not.
We'll be able to get that in there, just a few more.
Where'd you get this?
It actually has a little carbon. Take a smell. I mean, it's
I fell for
He
that.
almost got me.
Ever fall
That
for
was so nice, guys. Thank
please.
you.
Wait, you got any big plans?
I'm gonna play golf with some friends, and then my kids and Lynn's. I think they made a cake.
And your parents are in town.
It's
And Craig,
extra
take a look. We got a special birthday message for you. Get the roll around.
You're loving and I love you.
You are loving and kind, and you're the best dad in the universe.
Aww.
I love you so much.
Yes, we love you so much.
And we'll give you a joke. Ready? Take it away, Adele.
What goes up and never comes down?
What, son?
You are A.
We love you.
Oh, man. Wow, that was...
What picture was that? Was that your second album?
I think it was my headshot from like years ago.
That was a great picture.
Of course, they would chop
Like
that
vinyl.
out for that.
That's super cute.
Like a vinyl show.
That's it. That's what, is that from the 70s?
That was the self-titled debut album.
That's good. Thank you, guys.
We're going to keep the celebration going.
No, we're
third
not.
hour.
Yeah.
This is so sweet.
Then we have more on Hoda and Jenna. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Hey there, and thank you for watching Today All Day, and welcome to our newest program called Pop Star Plus. Join us every day to dive into the hottest entertainment headlines. We have celebrity moments, interviews, and a whole lot more. We've got a great show for you today, including the young and talented stars of the hit Netflix series Babysitters Club. Plus, we're going to show you what happened when Trisha Yearwood joined Savannah for her 6-minute marathon series. But first, let's get to those headlines. Up first in Pop Start Plus, Princess Diana. A reception is taking place at Kensington Palace today to remember Diana and to thank donors and benefactors who contributed to the new tribute statue in her honor. Molly Hunter's got more on that story for us.
This morning, preparations are underway for a party fit for a princess. Months after Prince William and Prince Harry unveiled this statue of their mother in a small, intimate gathering, today a larger, private reception, postponed because of COVID, a moment to acknowledge those who made the statue possible.
This wasn't paid by the British nation, it wasn't paid by the UK government, it was paid by donations and benefactors.
Now open to the public, overlooking the sunken garden at Kensington Palace, the statue depicts Princess Diana as a humanitarian, surrounded by 3 children. Both brothers worked closely with the sculptor to bring their vision to life, reuniting on what would have been Diana's 60th birthday. There had even been some hope that the memory of their mother might heal the rift between them.
We all kept our fingers crossed that this was going to be an occasion that would bring the boys together. Those hopes were dashed when the unveiling happened, and then I think people thought, well, maybe October will be the moment they'd come together, and those hopes have been dashed.
But today, only one of her sons, the country's future king, will be here to greet Princess Diana's supporters. Harry, Meghan, little Archie, and Lilibet are not crossing the pond for today's ceremony, a sign that all may not be healed. At home in the U.S., Harry and Meghan recently teaming up with the Wall Street firm Ethic after a whirlwind trip to New York City last month. While here in the UK, Prince William focusing on the Earthshot Prize, the star-studded environmental awards over the weekend, speaking passionately about climate change.
We need some of the world's greatest brains and minds fixed on trying to repair this planet.
Both sons separately doing the kind of work that would make their mother so proud.
As for whether or not we're going to see the brothers together later this year, Daisy McAndrew says there are a lot of crossed fingers hoping that Harry and Meghan will bring their kids to Great Britain over Christmas. Next up, Adele. It seems like the pop superstar is everywhere since she released new music just last week, including on the cover of both American and British Vogue. For the UK edition, the British native sat down for a blind taste test of some traditional British food. She also revealed the one item that she keeps in her purse whenever she dines out.
I don't normally fill my food up, by the way. Is this a fry-up? It's a fry-up. Oh, bacon! British bacon! Well, see, this might be controversial because I like Worcester sauce on my beans. Just like a little dabble, Heinz ketchup. Sometimes in the cafes they'd put this horrible other brand. I can't remember what it was called, and it was so vinegary, I used to hate it. That's why I actually started, I still do, I carry little sachets of Heinz ketchup everywhere with me. A bit like Beyonce has hot sauce in her bag, I have Heinz ketchup.
Little sachet of Heinz ketchup wherever Adele goes. Well, there you have it. Next up on Popstar Plus, Mel Brooks. The 95-year-old comedy legend is back with a new take on one of his classics. Brooks is set at 95 to write and produce a sequel series to the 1981 movie History of the World Part 1. The original film told the story of humans throughout history. With Brooks's classic slapstick style of comedy, the upcoming 8-part variety series based on the movie will be co-written and produced by funny actors Nick Kroll, Wanda Sykes, and Ike Barinholtz. A cast for the History of the World Part 2 has yet to be announced, but that series is set to stream on Hulu. Next up, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The lineup of the star-studded presenters has officially been announced, and it's a good one. Taylor Swift will introduce second-time Hall of Famer Carole King. From one iconic band to another, the Beatles' Sir Paul McCartney is set to present Foo Fighters at next week's ceremony. And Drew Barrymore will take the stage to induct the 80s band The Go-Go's. The 36th annual Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony will take place on Saturday, October 30th. And yes, it'll air on HBO, HBO Max, and Sirius XM. Next up, Jason Momoa, the DC action star, stopped by the Ellen DeGeneres show straight from the set of the next Aquaman movie and opened up about how he keeps his family close even when they can't physically be together.
Is it true that you're bringing stuffed animals with you when you travel? That does not seem like you, but I'm going to believe that it is.
Yeah, Piggy, Big Spirit, and Potato. They're my little cuties I have when my babies aren't here.
That's so sweet. And so you bring them everywhere you go, or is that only when your kids aren't with you?
No, I bring them everywhere. Yeah, I know they were just gifts. You know, some of my babies, they're like, when you miss us, and they're in bed with me, so.
Aww.
Even holding furry little stuffed animals, he still looks like an action hero who could crush me. Next up, Kelly Clarkson, the voice coach, never fails to blow us away with her popular talk show segment, Kellyoke. And on yesterday's show, Kelly took on the Isley Brothers hit, It's Your Thing, and it was marvelous. Take a listen. Is there a song Kelly Clarkson can't sing? She could front the best wedding band of all time. And finally, Hoda. She was among the honorees at yesterday's 2021 Matrix Awards ceremony, an annual event celebrating the most outstanding female leaders in the field of communications. Our friend Maria Shriver showed up to present Hoda with the award. And in typical Hoda fashion, she left us with some perfect pearls of wisdom in her acceptance speech. Take a listen.
If you want something bad enough, say it out loud. A friend once said, even if you whisper it in the bathroom mirror to yourself. One thing I always wanted was kids, and I was afraid to speak it. And one day I just looked at Joel, the guy I'd been dating for a year, and blurted something out that I thought I wasn't going to be able to say. And I basically said, I want you to think about this for a minute. I want you to take some time because I'm about to ask you something very important. Take a week and think about it. And he looked scared. And I looked at him and I said, I would like to explore adoption with you. And he paused for a nanosecond and said, I don't need a week. I don't need a minute. The answer is yes. So say your dreams out loud. If you speak them, sometimes they do come true. And I feel blessed. I feel lucky. I feel like my professional life is beyond my wildest expectations, and so is my personal life. My personal life, Haley and Hope, have exceeded everything I've ever dreamt of. So I want to say thank you for this award. It means a lot to me, and I feel really blessed. Thank you.
And a big congratulations to Hoda on that well-deserved big honor. And those, my friends, are your Popstar Plus headlines for today. After the break, we're going to hear from 3 of the stars of the Babysitters Club on Netflix.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
And you're back here with us on Popstart Plus. If you grew up reading the Babysitters Club series written by Ann M. Martin, you are in luck. Those beloved books inspired a Netflix series, and there's a new season out. We caught up with 3 of the stars of the show.
My mom grew up with the books, and she had always referred to herself as being a Dawn while she was raising me. And of course, me being 8-year-old Malia, I was wondering, what the heck is she talking about? I live on a farm, so I have this barn in my backyard, and there was this huge box of books, of the BSC books. And so I was fortunate enough to grow up with them and read them and fall in love with them right away. And so getting that first audition of Marianne was just that motivation of, I need to get this. This is meant to be. I have to get this, like, if not for myself, then for my mom, just so we're able to experience this in real time as well. So Marianne is this kind, nurturing old soul. She spends a lot of her free time with her friends and with Nini, Claudia's grandma, which I think kind of goes into her old soul habitats and abilities. So Marianne is just this wonderful person that cares about her friends more than anything. So I just loved being able to represent her, just her as the Black kid that she is, and just not having it be a sob story rather than her just growing and learning as this young woman entrepreneur, as well as being in this environment with all these other young girls who are kind of like her chosen family. I didn't really get that representation either, and so being able to be that one person that young girls are able to look up to and see, you can't be what you can't see. So I'm just very grateful to be in this role and progress with anything that I do in the future, having that same mindset.
Christy is an independent, assertive girl boss. Like, she knows what she wants and she's not afraid to go get it. And she also is very understanding and she's very caring, and she has this tough love style to her, but her friends and family are always her #1 priority. And then, like, not even a full priority down, it's probably on the same level as also her business.
But
there we go.
Remember, you are #1 always. And then we are #2. And then your dad's #3. So I guess he's #4?
My favorite thing about Christy is she treats herself like her own best friend. Like, she sets out a glass of water for her in the morning before she goes to bed. Like, the little things like that. She takes good care of herself, and she loves herself. And I think that's really admirable, because how can you love other people to the extent that she can if you don't do that with yourself first? And it's really cool to watch that subtlety of just care.
Dawn, she is kind, she is an advocate, she uses her voice to empower for causes that are close to her heart. She is really into spirituality, she is confident, she is strong. She cares for her friends and also celebrates her friends' differences, and I think that is really important. And she also spreads really good messages using her voice and spreading our opinions.
And we need to integrate them properly according to our individual weaknesses and strengths to harness our corporate synergy.
Another corporation, just what America needs. It is definitely really special to me playing Dawn as a Latina girl, because when I grew up I didn't really have too many representation on screen of girls that really looked like me, and that was a little bit discouraging. And so being that person that I really never had growing up is just really special to me, and it's a dream come true. I'm really happy where I am, and it's wonderful getting to play her.
Because my dad and Sharon were going on a date of their own, Logan's mom picked me up. And if the car ride over was any indication of how the date would go, we were in for a long, awkward night of deadly pauses and little to no eye contact.
It's so relatable. It's not this perfect relationship. It's middle school, for crying out loud. It's going to be awkward. There's going to be those moments where you wish you could just cover yourself up in a shell because it's just too much cringe for you to handle. And so with Marianne, we get to see that a lot. Dinners and dates and figuring herself out first, just finding yourself first before letting someone in, loving yourself before you can love another person. And I think that's something really important, that it's a great message for a lot of young people that are watching this too, and older people, and whoever people that are watching this to just take away. It's a lifelong lesson. It's timeless.
Hey, come with me now. Okay. Champagne, steer clear.
Happened once. Are we contagious?
No, honey. They just think we're deeply uncool.
Well, Christy, this season, she's going through all her changes with her new house and her new family, and she's very uncomfortable but excited about it, and it all works out for her, and it's really cool to see her grow through that. Working with Alicia was honestly one of the coolest things I've ever done. I mean, she is so passionate and she is so creative and she is so intelligent, and it is really cool to work with such like a strong, assertive woman. She's such a crazy and also a Dawn. But anyway, she's really cool and I learned a lot from her and I really liked working with her. Well, and no matter what you look like, what your hobbies are, what your home situation is, you can find yourself in every character. Like we are so inclusive in that sense. And it gives the watchers like, oh, I'm not alone. Oh, she looks just like me. Oh, she likes art too. Oh, her parents are getting remarried too, you know? It's just, especially for middle school, because middle school is the worst. And it is really awkward and you feel super alone. So watching a show about a bunch of girls in middle school going through the same things as you, it's really nice.
This show, it has something for everyone. It's this timeless show where the people that grew up with the books originally are able to pass down to their kids or their little sisters or whatever they have. It's this amazing bonding moment that you're able to watch as a family or by yourself with the characters. There's something that you can find between each and every one of us, whether that's your home situation, whether that's your personal life, your wanting of more friends, or just having that connection to a certain character. I'm definitely Marianne in real life as well, and I feel like we all relate to our characters, even just the slightest bit. So being able to represent such accurate portrayals of young women entrepreneurs forming this business, but also having their own challenges, it's so empowering in its own way. So whatever happens with the BSC, either on or off screen, I'm so happy to be a part of it.
Again, the new season of the Babysitters Club is now streaming on Netflix. Coming up on Popstar Plus, Savannah's 6-minute marathon sessions and country and cooking star, the one and only Trisha Yearwood.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Trisha Yearwood is one of our favorites around here, and Savannah had a chance to sit down with her for her 6-minute marathon series. Take a look.
What's a weird food combination you really enjoy? This is going to be a good one for you.
I love slicing a big hunk of sharp cheddar cheese and getting a big spoonful of peanut butter and dipping it in the peanut butter and eating it. That's my snack of choice. That's my comfort food snack.
No, that does not belong. All right, Trisha Yearwood, welcome to the 6-minute marathon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So our goal today is for you to answer as many questions as you can in 6 minutes.
Okay.
All right, ready for, I haven't seen these questions, by the way.
I haven't either, by the way.
Okay, so we're in it together.
We'll see what happens.
Start the clock. What is your favorite reality TV show?
The Great British Bake Off.
I've been watching that. That's so funny. I've been binge watching it.
I haven't had a chance to watch the new season yet, but I'm all about it.
Oh, I love it too. Okay. What do you think you are much better at than you actually are?
Golfing. Yeah, I think I'm going to be good, and I'm just terrible.
In your opinion, what is the hardest meal to cook?
Probably Thanksgiving, only because everything has to be ready at the same time. That's the tough part. Not the individual dishes, just the getting it all on the table at the same time.
Do you like Thanksgiving?
I do. I love it.
If you had to start a side hustle, what would you do? I would argue you actually have like 10 side hustles already.
I do. The only side hustle that I don't have currently going is that I crochet. So I think I probably could make like blankets and Afghans on the side and sell them on the back of my car, which, could be the next thing. You never know.
You should Crocheting with Trisha on the Crochet Network.
Exactly.
What's the last picture you took with your phone?
I took a picture of my husband holding my cookbook because he was promoting it for me yesterday. And so I took a picture of him holding up the book.
Good segue, because the next question is, what's your favorite Garth Brooks song?
That's tough. I love most of the songs that weren't singles, but I do, and I sang on a lot of the songs, but I do love, when I get asked that question, most people don't expect this one from me, but Pop Love Mama. It's up-tempo, it's fun, and it's just one of my favorites.
Which of your song lyrics do people quote or sing the most?
Probably She's in Love with a Boy, honestly. It's like everybody that I meet is at one stage in that song, whether they're the girls whose daddy don't like their boyfriend, or they've got kids that they don't like the boyfriends or whatever. So usually it's a line in She's in Love with a Boy.
What is the best purchase you ever made?
When I first got my record deal and I was broke, of course, I bought my dream car, which was a '66 Mustang. And I had to take out a loan to buy it because I didn't have any money. And my dad was a local banker, and I called him and said, "Hey, can I borrow from the bank $14,000 because I want to buy this car?" And it was the first big purchase I made. And it was the first thing I paid off when I had a hit record.
What's a weird food combination you really enjoy? This is going to be a good one for you.
I love slicing a big hunk of sharp cheddar cheese and getting a big spoonful of peanut butter and dipping it in the peanut butter and eating it. That's my snack of choice. That's my comfort food snack.
No, that does not belong.
It does.
Cheese and peanut butter?
Yeah, they totally belong. So good.
Should I go home and try this?
I think you should, but it's my favorite thing.
Because you just made brownies with potato chips and bacon on the show, and I was here for you.
Right.
Part of the journey.
Right.
The cheese and peanut butter.
I've tried making a cheese and peanut butter sandwich. It doesn't really work for me, but there's something about just it's just the texture and the flavors together work for me.
Anything else from that depraved mind of Trisha Yearwood?
That's probably the weirdest thing that I eat that people think is really strange.
Does Garth eat that?
No.
Of course not. He would never. Have you ever been really starstruck? in a meeting, like, or since you've become a big star yourself?
Yes, I was singing at the Kennedy Center years ago, and there was a very eclectic group of people there. And one of the people that was there was Tom Selleck, and I had, of course, had a Magnum PI poster on my wall. I've met a lot of celebrities, but it was Tom Selleck, and so I was cool. But after the show, there was a reception at the White House, and we all went. And I found myself just following Tom from room to room. Like, Tom's going into the China room, so I'm gonna go in there, and I'm just gonna hang in the room where Tom is. So I definitely had a moment. That was like, I call my sister for every like moment like that, and I called her, and I'm like, I just stalked Tom Selleck. I just followed him from room to room. So that was probably
Explains the restraining order.
Yes, exactly.
Now we know. What makes you roll your eyes every time you hear it?
Oh my gosh, where do we start? That's a really good question. Nobody's ever asked me that.
Good, I'm so glad, yay.
I don't know, I just don't even know. Like, you've stumped me.
Well, maybe it's because you're so good-hearted, you don't roll your eyes.
That's not true at all. I roll my eyes all the time.
How about kids whining? That's what I roll my eyes at.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Like a kid kicking the seat in the airplane and their parents not doing anything about it.
I meant my kids.
That would make me
my
real
kids
mad.
whining. Your kids are, I guess they probably don't mind.
Well, they're in their 20s. They still whine.
This is a good way to end it, actually, since I gave you a stumper. What question do you wish people would stop asking you?
Where's Garth? No, I don't mind it, but it's really funny because when we first got married, every single time I was on stage, someone would yell out, "Where's Garth?" And I'm doing a concert, and so I got really creative. Like, I'd say, well, somebody's got to stay home and do the laundry, or he's waiting in the car, wouldn't let him come inside, or whatever, So there were a lot of answers for that. But I've made peace with it now, actually. But in the very beginning, I was like, he's not here. You just get me. So sorry. But now with the cooking career and everything, now people ask Garth, "Where's Trisha?" all the time, and I really like that.
Where's Garth? He's eating cheese and peanut butter somewhere.
Somewhere. He's not doing that, I'm for sure.
Thank you, Trisha. So fun. Appreciate. Congrats on the book and everything. I'm making your brownies. I'll send a pic.
Thank you, and I'm gonna figure out what I roll my eyes at that I can tell you, and I'll let you know.
Exactly. We'll do it at the end up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Oh, that looked like that was fun. Love Trisha. Thank you, Savannah. Next, before she inducts the Goo Goo Dolls into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we're taking a look back at one of our favorite Drew Barrymore moments. Stick around.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prets.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prets.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
And welcome back to Pop Start Plus. Next up, From the Vault. This is where we dip into the archives for our favorite moment from the show's history. Now, today marks the 20th anniversary of the release of Riding in Cars with Boys, the movie starring our friend Drew Barrymore as writer Beverly D'Onofrio. Our very own Rhys Shriver spoke with Drew as the film was just about to be released way back in 2001. Let's relive the magic.
Drew Barrymore is joining us this morning from Los Angeles, where it is very early. Good morning, Drew, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
We mentioned the other day when we were talking to Penny Marshall that this movie is based on a true story. Beverly D'Onofrio got pregnant as a teenager, had a baby, and I understand that you very much wanted to portray this character. What was it about this woman that attracted you?
Well, I had to fight to get this role. I had to audition for Penny several times, which she bats the story, but it's true. She made me jump through firing hoops, and I singed off all my body hairs, and it felt really good because, you know, it feels better when you have to prove yourself. And Bev D'Onofrio, her story is about how she constantly had to prove herself. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to do this film so bad because I thought that it touched on families and human triumph and how we make mistakes and the acknowledgement and the willingness to admit that.
Hard to believe that was 20 years ago. All right, guys, coming up tomorrow on Pop Start, another special From the Vault memory that you're not going to want to miss. Plus, we're going to check in with our friend Leah Remini about what is on her must-watch list. We hope you have a great day, and we'll see you right back here on Pop Start Plus tomorrow.
Hey, Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. We kick it off with Carson giving us all the buzzy headlines with Pop Start.
Best time of the morning.
There it is.
Pop Start had his coffee. Bam!
Thank you, Uncle Al. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Let's get right to it. First up, Princess Diana. A reception at Kensington Palace to remember Diana and thank those who contributed to make a new tribute statue possible, set to take place tonight. Pop Start correspondent Molly Hunter is here with all the details. Hey, Molly.
Hey guys, good morning from a very windy Kensington Palace. That's right. So Kensington Palace says tonight is a private event. We understand that there will be a lot of high-profile donors and benefactors there to celebrate the legacy of Princess Diana.
This morning, preparations are underway for a party fit for a princess. Months after Prince William and Prince Harry unveiled this statue of their mother in a small, intimate gathering, today a larger private reception, postponed because of COVID, a moment to acknowledge those who made the statue possible.
This wasn't paid by the British nation, it wasn't paid by the UK government, it was paid by donations and benefactors.
Now open to the public, overlooking the sunken garden at Kensington Palace, the statue depicts Princess Diana as a humanitarian, surrounded by 3 children. Both brothers worked closely with the sculptor to bring their vision to life, reuniting on what would have been Diana's 60th birthday. There had even been some hope that the memory of their mother might heal the rift between them.
We all kept our fingers crossed that this was going to be an occasion that would bring the boys together. Those hopes were dashed when the unveiling happened, and then I think people thought, well, maybe October will be the moment they'd come together, and those hopes have been dashed.
But today, only one of her sons, the country's future king, will be here to greet Princess Diana's supporters. Harry, Meghan, little Archie, and Lilibet are not crossing the pond for today's ceremony, a sign that all may not be healed. At home in the U.S., Harry and Meghan recently teaming up with the Wall Street firm Ethic after a whirlwind trip to New York City last month. While here in the UK, Prince William focusing on the Earthshot Prize, the star-studded environmental awards over the weekend, speaking passionately about climate change.
We need some of the world's greatest brains and minds fixed on trying to repair this planet.
Both sons separately doing the kind of work that would make their mother so proud.
Now, Carson, of course, big question. Are we going to see those brothers together anytime soon? You heard Daisy McAndrew says there are a lot of crossed fingers on this side of the Atlantic that maybe, just maybe, Harry and Meghan might fly little Lilibet over Christmas for her very first visit. Carson, I'll send it back to you.
Fingers crossed here, Molly. Thank you so much. Over 10 years of hard-hitting journalism. It means a lot on Popstar to get Molly's professionalism. That's Matrix Award material right there.
Yes, it is.
Molly Hunter.
Yeah, and they have nitwits riding behind people just like they
and
do
the bike,
here.
the guy in the bike is excited for the story. Next up, Mel Brooks, a 95-year-old comedy legend, is back with a new take on one of his classics. Brooks set to write and produce a sequel series to the 81 movie History of the World Part 1. The original film told the story of civilians throughout history with Brooks' classic slapstick style of comedy. The upcoming 8-part variety series based on the movie will be co-written and produced by Nick Kroll, Wanda Sykes, and Ike Barinholtz. A cast for the History of the World Part 2 has yet to be announced, but the series is set to stream on Hulu. 95, writing and producing.
How old was about 95, okay.
Incredible. Next up, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The lineup of the star-studded presenters for this year's ceremony has officially been announced, and they are Taylor Swift, Paul McCartney, Drew Barrymore, Jennifer Hudson, Lionel Richie, and Christina Aguilera. They're all going to help to induct the incoming class of Hall of Famers. This year's ceremony will celebrate a number of first-time inductees, including the Go-Go's and Jay-Z, and mark the second honor for 3 other artists, Tina Turner, Carole King, and Foo Fighters frontman Dave Grohl. The 36th annual Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony will take place on Saturday, October 30th. It'll air on HBO, HBO Max, and SiriusXM. And finally, Hoda, it's all about you. Yesterday, you were among the honorees at the 2021 Matrix Award ceremony, an annual event that celebrates the most outstanding female leaders in the field of communications. Our good friend, your close friend, Maria Shriver, was there to present you with the award, and in typical Hoda fashion, you left us with some lovely pearls of wisdom in your speech.
If you want something bad enough, say it out loud. A friend once said, even if you whisper it in the bathroom mirror to yourself. One thing I always wanted was kids, and I was afraid to speak it. And one day I just looked at Joel, and I basically said, I want you to think about this for a minute. I want you to take some time, because I'm about to ask you something very important. Take a week and think about it. And he looked scared, and I looked at him and I said, I would like to explore adoption with you. And he paused for a nanosecond and said, I don't need a week. I don't need a minute. The answer is yes. So say your dreams out loud. If you speak them, sometimes they do come true.
I want a new Ford F-150 Raptor. I want a new Ford.
By the way,
Carson, you're so shallow.
What?
Carson,
Is it here?
No,
Carson, do you know who the friend was who told me to speak it out loud? Even if you whisper it in the bathroom mirror.
Oh,
bingo.
Well, a former Matrix winner.
That's right. That's right. Where's your Matrix? Where's Popstar's Matrix?
The honorable mention is coming.
It's for ladies, right?
Yeah.
It's a ladies. Well, our friend Molly Hunter, the journalist.
Yes.
And you can give the speech to your pickup truck. That would be
I will. I have one written already. I just need the truck.
Congratulations, Hoda.
Congratulations.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
What if we want more Popstar?
Well, it's a good question, Savannah. There's an answer to that, because I am now hosting a 30-minute Popstart show called Popstart Plus on our streaming channel Today All Day. You get the latest in entertainment, celebrity news, and some amazing moments from the Today Vault. It is weekdays at 12:30 p.m. You go to today.com to watch, and we invite you to join us today.
All right. Thank you, Carson.
Coming up next on Today Talks in the third hour, the gang goes full on Overheard on Third.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism, it refers false narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism, it refers false narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Welcome back. Today in the third hour, it's Overheard on Third, and the gang shows us an impressive and spooky house just in time for Halloween. Take a look.
So excited. We have exhumed Overheard on Third.
Not exhumed.
Yeah, well, for Halloween.
Well, it's Halloween. Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
fine.
So if you're looking to an alternative to your daily horoscope, you might want to turn to Noodle the Pug. Noodle has captivated TikTok with his daily mood and through his bones or no bones videos. So it's a kind of a prediction of what kind of day you might have. His owner, Jonathan Graziano, records a video of the 13-year-old dog every morning. If he stands up,
Poor guy.
it's a bones day.
What does that mean?
Cause for celebration.
So you're going to have a good day if he stands up.
That's right, but it's a no bones day when he flops back over onto his doggy bed. That's when his owner advises viewers not to take any risks. It's like an emotional Groundhog's Day.
So here's the thing.
Yes.
People are so into this. This video has racked up more than 10 million views.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And people were seriously like, okay, he's up. Okay, I'm going to have a good day today. And he's down. I'm just going to be easy today at work. I'm not going to ask for a raise.
No.
I think Noodle's just like, can you leave me alone?
I know,
He's
right?
like, can you leave me alone?
He's just
Noodle's
living
like,
his
let me
life.
just lay down
He's like, I'm
there.
not a groundhog.
That's it, boom.
Yeah.
Speaking of bones, check out these bones. Alan Perkins decorated his Ohio home for Halloween. It looks like a giant skeleton is breaking out of the house. And he said he actually didn't damage his actual roof to make this. He's had an idea for a few years and finally brought it to life. Look
at that.
Unbelievable.
I love people that go overboard with
you?
Halloween.
Did you
I
ever?
love. We never did, but I love when I drive by a house or in New York. You go by a building or a townhouse and it's just got incredible decorations. So
People
cool.
are spending more, I think, on Halloween decorations.
They
than
are.
Actually on Christmas decorations.
We live in a building, and there's one floor in our building where they go insane. That the kids get off the elevator and the kids just start crying because it's so scary. But I love that. I think that's fun. That's
So
the Halloween
growing
spirit.
up, did you guys decorate a house or
We
anything
did a
like
little
that?
bit, but we never went overboard.
Well, there was decorations, but involved toilet paper.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
We
I
did
remember
a lot of that. Yeah.
Now, speaking of Halloween, Huffington Post spoke to nutritionists about giving out healthy candy or alternative snacks to trick-or-treaters. It's a bad idea. Don't do that.
No apples.
No, they say depriving kids of candy could actually lead them to binge on candy later in larger quantities. So
You know what? I can attest to
Yes.
that in my own house because I was a stickler and still kind of am about candy and no gum. I talked about this. And what's happened is I've created a monster because then now when they get it, they go crazy. So I think, slow and steady runs the race.
You know what was the worst was the pennies. You get to somebody's house and they got like a jar of pennies. It was
What's
like,
that?
what? What is that? And it's gross.
Yeah.
What's your worst candy?
Like one of those like sort of hard rock candies that you just don't even know what it is, and you're like,
Like ambiguous?
Candy?
Yeah.
Are you a fan of the candy corn?
Yeah, I can do a good candy corn.
Really?
I love candy
No,
corn.
see, that's an oxymoron. There is no good candy corn.
Yeah, there is.
So you don't like
basically-
candy corn?
It's colored wax, basically.
Yeah, with sugar.
Yeah.
With sugar.
And by the way, the fun-size candy bars,
Yes.
they're not fun.
Well, they're fun. You just eat 100 of them.
They're
And you
not-
eat like
yeah, but that's not fun.
You eat like 5 candy bars.
You know what would be a fun-size bar?
What?
3 times as big as a normal candy
So there you go. If
That's
you're going
fun.
trick-or-treating,
Just
go to
eat your
Mr.
way
Roper's
in,
house.
hollow it out, and just live there. Hey, by the way, we're looking to answer your kitchen conundrums, this time all about Halloween. So go to our third hour today on Instagram or Twitter. Send us your questions, and we're going to try to make cooking this time of year a little less scary.
That would be cute. All right.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, it's Tuesday, where we let you pick our outfits for the week. Today, one of our producers helps style us. Don't miss it.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory
Racism in reverse. False narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, we go unscripted.
All right, so this is an interesting topic. So sometimes when a couple splits up, the woman would like to hold on to the name because she wants to. And this is what happened in Kevin Hart's case.
Yes.
He and his wife got divorced. His ex is Tori. Yeah, she made headlines because she defended her decision to hang on to his last name. She said, I'm going to be a Hart until I decide not to
I
be.
love that.
Yeah.
She says she's been asked by women why she still holds on to the Hart name. Her response, because it's mine.
Yeah, I think that is an interesting thing. By the way, something so crazy about last names in the beginning, when my parents first got married in Egypt and came here, the way they do it in Egypt is the woman holds on to her family name because how disrespectful to your father and your lineage to just say, well, that's gone. Now I'm this. So you hold on to your last name, and that's just the way it is. So when my parents came here many years ago in the 60s, they tried to book a hotel, and they had different last names. And they had a rule at that hotel that you could not book a hotel unless you were married. And they said, well, we are married. And they said, well, no, you're not. Look at your last names. So they found it peculiar that when you came here, you immediately took someone else's name, kind of said goodbye to your family in that way. They saw it. And then, so when you think about how sometimes Middle Eastern countries are seen as really backwards, how kind of progressive that
is
was.
for the woman to keep her name. It's so interesting because both of us have slightly complicated names.
Yes.
Yours because people couldn't pronounce it.
By a vowel. Yes. Yeah.
And mine because it was Bush.
Yes.
And I remember I went to a big public high school, and I was always like, God, please don't say the full name. Just say Jenna. Don't say the full name. And poor Barbara had it even worse.
Because your grandmother.
Because she had a double name. But I think it's interesting.
But when you were, this is a big question for you because you're getting married to Henry. And I just wondered, did you have a moment where you said, well, hold on, I don't know that I want to.
No, I have to say, and as I've aged, I'm so proud of my family and that name, and I'm regained it. But as I was a child bride, as you well know, and as a younger person, it embarrassed me. I didn't want to be out. I was I couldn't wait to be Hager. I couldn't wait to call and make a dinner reservation with a name that nobody knew. As a teacher, before I got married, I went by Miss Jenna.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, there's something about, but that attitude has changed the older I get. I think.
Do you hyphenate or do you?
Well, I was just Jenna Hager, and then I came here, and they were like, but you published 2 books under Bush. So you got to go by Jenna Bush Hager, and now I'm JBH, and it all works out.
JBH does work for you, but I do think you're right. It's whatever makes you feel good and right, to hang on to.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, she took she's got a beautiful group of kids, and she took them all to the premiere of her new film. It's called The Emeralds, and they all came on the red carpet, and it's kind of fun. Is that what I say? The Emeralds?
Emeralds, but I was okay with that too.
All right.
Look at her whole family. They've grown up.
Yeah, Zahara stood out. She's in that sparkling silver. That gown, look closely, that was the gown her mom wore in 2014 to the Academy Awards.
Oh my
and
gosh.
now her daughter is wearing it.
So did you know that this is a trend among celebrities?
What, they're rating each other?
Yeah, that kids are wearing their mom's clothes. I know.
Okay.
So here's Brooke Shields' daughter, for example, Rowan.
What'd she do?
She wore her mom's 1998 Golden Globe gown to her high school prom.
Okay, that's so cute. Okay, Courtney Cox and her daughter Coco, they shared the same dress. Why is everyone the same size
Well,
as their
that's
kid?
what I'd like to talk
That's
about.
Unbelievable.
I'd like to just talk about that for a minute because my mom is very small. And
it's so crazy.
she's like, she didn't have a big wedding, but she's like, I have the wedding dress in case Barbara wants to wear it. There was no chance that I was going to squeeze into that wedding dress.
That's so crazy, though, how these moms and daughters are also small. Supermodel Cindy Crawford, her daughter Kaya Gerber, they both wore one of Cindy's show-stopping bustier looks. Wow.
I like to say, imagine me in that.
Oh my God.
Not pretty.
Tracy Ellis Ross, she raided her mom's
her
closet.
style.
Diana Ross. I mean, oh my God.
I love her style.
Wait, that's a ringer.
Yeah.
Look at Diana Ross and look at Tracy Ellis Ross.
Tracy Ellis Ross has the great taste. Like, she always looks super cool.
She, by the way,
and in color.
She's one of the coolest people.
So, would you raid anybody's closet? Have you ever worn your mom's clothes?
Oh yeah, I wear my mom and I. Yeah, we.
You share her clothes?
Well, yeah, because she picks my clothes, and often she picks one for her, so we have the same thing. So it's cute. We do.
Do y'all ever match?
Sometimes, yeah.
You go out and you're wearing the same outfit as your mom?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not like she
AKA
goes.
Laura Ashley from the 80s?
Like sweaters, like she'll get one for her and one for me.
And you both wear?
We'll both wear it.
Is this you in the same outfit?
No, but you know we like a cold shoulder at our house.
Yeah, I do know that. But don't you feel like cold shoulders are kind of gone?
I think so. You told me they were. You said someone. Yeah.
Somebody
told us. All right. It's Tuesday, and this is important because we're gonna get someone to help us pick an outfit, and we have a very, very stylish member of our staff.
We adore her.
We adore her, and she is going to choose what we're going to wear. We all want to dress like Allie Berger, but we don't have it.
Look at Allie.
Wait.
She's in a jean jumpsuit with a jean jacket.
And just real quick, this is Allie on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This isn't like, hey, put on something. This is just what she wears.
No.
So she is our special producer, and she's going to help us. And her equally fashionable kids, Joaquin, Valencia, and Lucia. Yeah, look at them.
Did they pick out our outfit? Yeah, look how beautiful they are. Did they pick out our outfits?
This is Allie did. Allie chose. Okay, so this is what Allie chose. Oh, I
Let's
love
talk
her
about
kids.
Hoda's. Here are Hoda's outfits, okay? Oh.
Downtown,
I like
Julie
A.
Brown, baby. Okay.
I like A and I like B. What do you think?
I can't believe she chose something cool for me. That's so unusual.
I'd like to see you in C because two jeans. Oh,
look
here's
at you.
mine.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. You look cute in all those. So just go to hodaandjenna.com, our Instagram page, and reveal your pick.
She's very stylish.
Yes.
I don't know if we can wear it like Allie. Do you think we can?
No.
Maybe not.
No.
It is time for Unscripted, and yesterday was the 51st Annual Matrix Award, which recognizes New York women in communications. And I am so proud because my dearest Hoda Kotb was among this year's honorees. Here are some of the highlights.
Hey guys, welcome to Today. It's a Tuesday morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hoda obviously does a lot. You know, she anchors the Today Show. She has the 4th Hour.
Hoda does a podcast. Hoda does Sirius XM.
I don't know which book she's on. I can't even begin to figure that one out.
She sews her own clothes. No, I made up the last part.
Hoda's story is so inspirational because, I mean, she just was up against all odds to even get her first job in television.
Here's somebody who literally drove around with a box full of audition tapes.
And everybody said no.
And finally, somebody saying, hey, you know, I like you. I'm going to give you a chance.
It's 11 minutes before midnight. I'm Hoda Kotb.
She has worked so hard to get where she is, but she never forgets where she's from.
Hoda does a serious news interview along with the best of them.
She's traveled all around the world, and she also has an amazing way of connecting with people.
And that's a gift, and that's what great communicators in this business have, being able to draw other people out. And she has that in spades.
I know you said your life's going to be purposeful, so what is it going to be?
I plan on continuing to magnify this issue.
She'll get stuff out of people because it's this kind of, hey, y'all, you know, hey. Their guard is down, and next thing you know, they're giving Hoda the nuclear codes.
She had been through breast cancer. She had gone through a divorce. And I think she thought to herself, motherhood is not something that's going to happen for me. And at some point, she just woke up and she said, well, why not me?
Oh my gosh. Haley and Hope love their mama. Whenever she FaceTimes me, they're having fun, there's screaming, there's yelling, there's dancing.
She personifies that. It was never too late for your dreams to come true.
I think Hoda is a testament to allowing things to happen in God's time. Things happen when they're meant to happen.
She's somebody who's ever evolving and never satisfied to stop learning. And to me, that is a role model for all women in communications.
Hoda, congratulations on your Matrix Award.
Your career is inspiring. You've put in the work.
And there are no words to express how happy I am for you.
It's recognition of all your hard work that it hasn't gone unnoticed. And hi, even my cat, Sweet Pea, is acknowledging Hoda Kotb.
Congratulations, Hoda. I am so proud of you. And soak it in. And what took you so long, Matrix? Honestly, right?
Oh,
congratulations.
That was such a nice,
I'm going to just send you the clips of all the nice things I said. No, honestly, but I guess there wasn't time,
sweet.
but I'll tell you afterwards. You are awesome. Thank you so much. And
yeah, New York Women in Communications, it's a nonprofit and it raises money for scholarships and educational programs.
yeah, okay,
so that's cool.
You should go. Everybody should go right now and see Hoda's remarks at today.com. Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here at Today All Day.
So we need to confess that since this day's begun, we've eaten a steak dinner.
Actually, if you'd like to see something, I took a picture to document because this morning in our morning meeting, you hear a little door knock, and I thought, who's that? And in comes, I don't know if you can scroll in, which camera should I do it to? A full 3-course meal. And by the 3rd course, I'm talking about her coffee made, was delivered to Hoda's door. And I'm like, is she gonna eat steak and mashed potatoes for breakfast?
You know what happened? They had the cooking segment with the New York Times lady, Amanda, and she made this beef stuff, which was yummy.
Okay, and then I will say, my brain judged, and there was some laughter and photographs. And then once we started kind of talking, what did I do?
You know what you are? You're like me. You're like a mindless eater. You don't even know, because then we looked at the plate and there was
beef
almost
was gone.
And I think what happens is, and I get this way too, when I'm talking, I'm like, and then what? And then I look at the Dorito bag and go like, what happened?
I don't even really eat red meat, and I didn't have a fork. I was just eating the meat with my claws, one beef cube at a time. It was so odd.
Right, you didn't have a
Why
fork.
did we do that?
I don't know, because we do it, and we did it with the pie that was just here. I think mindless eating is one thing that
we could both work on.
Last night, since we're confessing, are we?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, so we get these ice cream pops that
I've heard
are
about those
really
pops.
yummy. Really good. So Joel was out for a dinner, and the kids were asleep. And I was sitting down and I was finishing up a book and I was finishing stuff and I ate one. I was like, oh, well. And then I opened the freezer and there were 2 left. I was like, well, no.
You didn't go all
I paused
3.
a second. I go up to go to bed and before I walked upstairs, guess what I did?
You went for all 3?
I took the 3rd one up. I have a problem. I can't stop. And the only reason I stopped is because, number 1, I was feeling sick, and number 2, there were none left in the freezer.
Well, and also your children are going to come down, and there's going to be 1 for 2 kids.
And they always go, what's this wrap? They're so good at finding wrappers. Like, did you eat that? Or you smell like chips. I was like,
see, I'm not the person. I don't normally act like that in my own home. I don't know if it's like because I'm hiding from Henry after 27 years of marriage or what. But Henry's that person, and you hear like the kids be like, shaming him. They're like, oh, you know, daddy's gonna eat all our candy later. Like, hide the candy from daddy, you know? And I'm like, thank God that's not me.
Wait, have you girls picked their Halloween costumes yet? Speaking of candy?
Mila's gonna be a pop star.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
That's cute. Does she like to sing for real?
Yeah, she does.
Oh, she does?
Yeah, she does guitar.
For real?
On Mondays. Yeah.
She has a guitar? Okay.
She has a guitar that Randy Travis gave her.
What?
I know. When I interviewed him.
Does she know like what a big deal the guitar is?
I've played that music of Randy Travis to her constantly, so she understands.
Okay.
And then Poppy's going to be Glinda the Good Witch.
Okay, cute.
Which will be cute. And Hal's going to be Elvis.
Why is Hal going to be?
Because Mommy gets to pick the costume. I only got a few
And are
years
you and
left.
Henry going to do it, or are you guys?
Yeah, I think. Well, Mila wants me to be a pop star too.
Okay, so you'll go with her.
But,
and what about Henry?
And he's every year he picks like a hat from the closet, and he's like, this year I'm a. You know, like work at Starbucks. I'm like, well, that doesn't really work because we'll see.
That's good. Okay, that'll be fun. And I wonder.
What about you?
We're doing like unicorn for Haley, rainbow for Hope. They want to do those, and Joel and I.
It's basically inside Hoda Kotb's brain. You should call that inside Hoda Kotb's brain. But somebody needs unicorn, rainbow, sunshine.
By the way, here's the thing about life. Everyone was like, you know, all these Halloween movies are so scary and all that stuff.
No, thank you.
No, honey.
No, thank you.
This is it. Whatever comes in, goes out. Whatever comes in,
and when it goes out, it doesn't go out the way food does.
And oh God. Anyway, that's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more of Today All Day if you really want to.
You probably don't. We don't blame you.
We get it. Bye.
Okay. Okay, if there's one person who agrees with the old saying, you are what you eat, it's our health and nutrition editor, Madeline Fernster.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about the foods that are good for your hair and your skin and your nails. So if you missed that, you can check out our new podcast. And today we're tackling the best foods to boost your energy.
Okay, Madeline's leading us in a game called Best Food Friends, so we can figure out which food combos provide a 1-2 punch of energy. Hey, Madeline.
Hey, Madeline, it's good to see you.
How are you?
Oh,
always good to see you.
We love you and we miss you. Okay, but let's talk about this because I didn't realize that a food combination, a 1-2 punch, could be something that, you know, changes how your body feels.
And, you know, the important thing here is picking the right foods because you want to have some energy now and later. And if you pick a healthy carbohydrate and a fat protein compound, then you're going to have the energy now and energy later. You need that burst of energy from a carbohydrate, a healthy one like fruits or vegetables or a whole grain, and then sustained energy from a fat protein combination that takes longer to digest. So when you combine them in the right way, you'll be all set. Energy now and later.
Okay, Madeline, really quickly, because we want to get to this game, are there any foods you shouldn't pair?
Yeah, there are no-nos.
Okay. There are no bad matches as long as you take the different categories, a carbohydrate food and a fat protein food, and you're good. 2 carbs will just give you quick energy, but not later. But let's get to our game.
Okay, great.
So what we're going to do is make the best match of which 2 go together. So there are certain matches, the best fit. So Hoda, why don't we start with you?
Okay.
Which 2 do you think go together the best that are?
I know exactly which 2. Carrots and hummus.
Good one.
And you would be right.
Oh, I would?
Carrots and hummus. Yes, you did. That's a good one. The carrots and hummus are a great choice because carrots are a healthy carb with just a touch of fruit sugar. And then the hummus has that fat protein punch because tahini is the sesame fat along with chickpeas and some protein. That's a good one. Okay, Jenna, why don't you try next?
Okay, I think you're trying to trick me with the cheese and crackers just because that's my very favorite combination of all things. So I'm going to say cheese and grapes.
And Jenna, you would be right.
Yes! I knew it. Don't follow the shiny ball.
Game.
Okay.
There you go. Because grapes and cheese are a perfect combo because actually grapes are nature's candy. It's a really wonderful fruit. It's a pure carbohydrate, and the fat protein in your cheese will give you that slower digested energy along with a pop of calcium.
I'm just going to take that as wine and cheese. They're the perfect combo. Thank you for that, Madeline. I will report that to everyone I know.
And the crackers and peanut butter together.
Okay. So crackers and peanut butter.
Yeah, of course. Okay, that's
right.
Good.
That's what's left. What doesn't go well with that? Take some whole wheat crackers. You get that carbohydrate. That's a healthy carb as well, along with peanut butter. That's going to give you healthy fat and some protein, and that goes perfectly well together. You've got 3 great combos. They're economical and they're portable.
Okay. Madeline, thank you. That was awesome.
We miss you. It's great to see you. For more tips on what to eat for more energy, go to hodaandjenna.com.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the best solutions to our problems aren't found in the drugstore. They're found in the grocery store.
Yeah, so NBC News health and nutrition editor Madeline Fernstrom is about to show us some easy fixes for your ailments, and they are right in your own kitchen. Madeline, it's good to see you. All right, so.
To the first question, though, Madeline, we have some of our viewers that have some questions about this. Let's go to Justice from Columbia, South Carolina, to see what they need help with.
Jenna, while I am so happy that it is the summertime and I'm happy for the weather and everything, my skin is super, super dry, especially on my legs, and I just don't know what to do.
All right, let's hear it. Justice, she doesn't want dry skin, and nobody does. So what's good for that?
Okay, the best thing, Justice, and everyone, is to add some fat to your diet because you need water hydration, but fat is sort of the overall lubricant to keep your cells functioning. Skin is the biggest organ. It's all over. So add a fat like avocados.
Here we go, Madeline. I'm doing
here we go. We're going to take a look
Let's
at this.
see
Let's reveal.
Avocados and tomatoes. Why do these work?
2 of the best ones. The avocado is a heart-healthy fat. You can use it on anything. You can mash it. You can put it on a sandwich or a salad. And you can use other fats like nuts. But tomatoes are a surprise because they are a huge nutrient powerhouse. And it gives you loads of antioxidants. It prevents cellular damage. You're going to have a bunch of vitamins, vitamin C, vitamin E, potassium. And it's easy to incorporate every day. The most important thing about having food for the outside is going to be you eat it every day.
Got it. All right. So we got a viewer, Michelle. She's got a problem that lots of us can relate to. Take a listen.
Hi, this is Michelle from Scottsdale, Arizona. And during the hot months of the summer, my hair gets so dry and brittle. I was wondering, do you have any advice or any tips that can help solve this problem?
Shall we see?
We have a reveal, Madeline, and the winner is?
Okay.
Ooh, almonds and eggs.
Almonds and eggs.
Almonds and eggs. Now, the big key here is when you have brittle or dry or damaged hair, protein is great. And one of the best proteins are eggs because they are the best digested by the body. They're full of B vitamins, especially biotin. That's really important for hair health. Remember, any small deficiencies in your diet can really be reflected in problems in your skin, hair, and nails. And especially if you say, oh, eggs, the American Heart Association goes, these are great for healthy eating. 1 a day, 7 eggs a week are going to be great. And also remember that yolk. That's going to be good. It's got a lot of antioxidants and some vitamin E, so you can't go wrong. And almonds, one of Hoda's favorites, is a top combo because it's got those healthy fats that you need for vibrant hair as well as protein. It's got 2/3 of your vitamin E. So you really got a nutrient powerhouse both with proteins in the eggs and the almonds.
And they're filling too.
Madeline, really quickly, let's get to our viewer, Sarah, see what she has going on.
Yeah.
Hoda, Jenna, I need your help. Every summer, my nails get so cracked and spotty. What should I do?
Okay.
Here's the reveal,
This is what we do, Sarah. Raisin bran and asparagus. What a strange combo.
And asparagus. Now, where does this come? Any whole grain, bran cereal is great because it's a good source, is a great source of zinc and B vitamins. Any problems with nails usually have some vitamin or mineral deficiencies or marginal ones. So bran cereal is a great choice. And the raisins are full of iron. That's so important for women's health. And a lot of women are marginally deficient. If you like liver, you can try that. The asparagus is another nutrient powerhouse. It hits all the nutrient bases. It's low in calories. It's got a ton of folic acid, vitamin A, C, E, K. I mean, it's a whole powerhouse of everything you need, and some lesser known nutrients that you need, like phosphorus and copper and a bunch of iron. So incorporate these every day. Food's not going to have that impact unless you have it regularly. But any problems, and these don't go away or solve it, see your doctor because it might be something else.
Madeline,
thank you. These are all things we have in our houses anyway, Madeline.
Exactly.
Thank you
We
so
appreciate
much.
that. Thank you, Madeline. For more tips on what to eat for your hair, skin, and nails, go to hodaandjenna.com.
Once I felt what it felt like to breathe for the first time and get that full breath of air, I think it unlocked something where I just wanted to keep exploring.
For Kaylee Dunewald, lifelong health issues led her on a mission.
Take me back to why you ever started exploring plant-based diets.
Growing up, I suffered really severe cases of both asthma and allergies, and saw all these doctors and specialists, and every one of them told me this is just the way I was born. But then when I was 25 years old, I was living in Bali, Indonesia, and embarked on a plant-based diet.
Kaylee says within 2 weeks, her symptoms disappeared.
I really felt like it was my mission in life to share this really powerful story with more people, to let them know that you really have more agency around your health than you might realize.
She embarked on a career change, first becoming a health coach and inspiring others to view food as medicine.
It was very, very powerful work. But once I, kind of a year and a half in, I ultimately felt like I needed to make a bigger impact. And so if I could really target the root cause of at least what a lot of these people are suffering from, it's just the food being offered to consumers.
And she did, targeting a rather unexpected food.
How did you decide ice cream was this niche area that you wanted to focus on?
I thought that that would be a really powerful place to start, because proving that you can do that in a nutrient-dense way really shows that you can do it pretty much anywhere.
In 2017, Kaylee launched Sacred Serve, a plant-based gelato made with young coconut meat and packed with superfoods and nutrition.
In a thing of ice cream, we've got activated charcoal, tiger nut flour, and mucuna purines. It sounds healthy, but I don't know what they are.
So we really tried to recreate this nostalgic cookies and cream, but really only working with nutrient-dense ingredients. So our hero in that flavor is tiger nut flour, which tiger nuts are actually not a nut at all. They're this root vegetable, and they're packed with resistant starch, so really good for your digestive health.
I like to cook, and there are certain healthy ingredients that are just really hard to make work. What was the trial and error process like?
What makes ice cream really rich and creamy is a lot of fat, a lot of sugar, and gums and stabilizers. And we don't use any of that. This young Thai coconut meat, it's a pulp material. So it's got a lot of extra fiber, and that's what lends itself to the really rich and creamy texture.
2 years later, Whole Foods started stocking Sacred Serve.
What was that moment like?
Very surreal. I wanted the product to work. I wanted people to love it. And we were really, really well received.
But the cherry on top, Kaylee not only figured out a way to make ice cream relatively healthy for customers, but for the environment too.
I think one of the coolest things is the actual packaging. I had no idea that the regular carton that you get regular ice cream in is not actually biodegradable, is not recyclable. How is this carton different?
What people don't recognize is because it looks like paper, there's actually a thin plastic lining on the inside that acts as a moisture barrier that essentially renders it trash. And so what we've done is we've replaced that plastic moisture barrier with a water-based barrier. So there's no plastic at all in our container, which makes it fully recyclable, compostable, and biodegradable right at home.
Cookies and cream.
As for the taste test, looks like a thumbs up.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with a food trend that we've been hearing a lot about lately, meatless meat. It's made to look and taste like the real thing. It's also become big business. In just a year, plant-based meat sales have increased by 26%, bringing in more than $800 million. More restaurants are adding it to the menu. More options are popping up in stores as well. But is it really a healthier option? Dave Zizinko is a Today Health and Wellness contributor. He is also founder of Eat This, Not That, of course. Always good to have you.
Hey, great to see you, Craig.
So these are all the rage now. But first of all, what constitutes, I guess, meatless meat, fake meat, if you will?
Well, first of all, it's meat that's made from plants.
Okay.
That's number one. And then these companies were able to basically replicate almost perfectly the taste, the texture, the chemical composition of burgers in this case. And unlike a typical veggie burger of the past, they are trying to get it to taste like meat so that you'll eat more of that.
And even
less
when you
of
cook them, I've noticed that they even cook like your traditional burgers.
Exactly the same.
All right, so this is a regular burger. Right. I know what these taste like, so
if we go through the nutritionals on them, and what you're going to see is that for something like beef, it's going to come in, and feel free to try any of these, it's going to come in at about 287 calories normally. It's got 75 milligrams of sodium, which is great. It's got 23 grams of fat and about 8.6 grams of saturated fat. That's where we are with traditional beef.
Okay, that's the regular burger.
Yeah. Then we move over to Impossible, and that's coming in at about 240 calories. So you're saving around 40. Then it's got 14 grams of fat, which is you're saving there. It's got about the same saturated fat and a little bit more sodium.
Okay. How about the Beyond Meat Burger?
And then for Beyond,
I've actually had these on a number of occasions.
Yeah, this is like Impossible, coming in at around 250 calories, a little bit higher when it comes to sodium, but fat is much less fat and a lot less saturated fat. 6 grams of saturated fat is great because women should get about 20 grams a day.
So on the whole, Dave, are these meatless burgers healthier for you than the traditional counterparts?
They're not necessarily healthier because the manufacturers are trying very hard to give you a plant-based meat alternative. They want it to, so it's going to have similar saturated fat, sodium, and calories. However, it's better for you in 2 important distinctions. It's better for you for eating less red meat because we eat about 2.5 burgers worth of red meat a day, which is 5 times more than we should. And beyond that, it's much better for the planet. It's much more sustainable. So if you're, thinking about the environment and you're trying to eat, less red meat.
And that new UN report just out this morning speaks to that.
Yeah, this is
All right, so
no animals were harmed in the making of these products.
It's not just these burgers that we're talking about. This meatless trend is now, it's everywhere. Sausages.
And it's exploding, and they are mastering the taste.
What do we have
Taste dominates everything. These are sausage-based varieties, Beyond Meat, Beyond Sausage, which is terrific. And this is a Light Life sausage, plant-based. And both of them have half the total fat.
That tastes like sausage.
It really is amazing. Wait till you try this other one too. They're both lower in calories, and it looks, it sizzles, and it satisfies like normal sausage.
Now these, I would assume, are healthier than your traditional sausage.
Nutritionally, they are better.
Okay. And this is
overall, and this Light Life has been doing this since 1979 and was well ahead of the trend.
What do we have here?
Okay, so here now we got the before the butcher. This is a breakfast sausage. What's great about this one is it fits perfectly on an English muffin. It's an award winner, and you're basically getting less sodium and double the protein. This one over here is chorizo from Abbott the Butcher, and it is basically developed in a kitchen, not in a lab, which is great. It has a very flavorful.
Now these look just like chicken nuggets.
Yes. This is raised and rooted plant-based nuggets. This is actually Tyson-owned, and it's the only non-vegan option here because it does contain egg whites. But it's
that tastes just like a chicken nugget.
It's amazing, right? This stuff does not
just
taste like fake meat. This right here is Nugs. What's really interesting about this company is that they're constantly updating their formula. So they keep making it a better and better chicken nugget that's plant-based.
In terms of health?
Yeah, so a year ago they had version 1.0, and now today they have 1.3.1, which is a year later.
Now what is this?
And then this is Good Catch Tuna.
Fake fish?
So what's that? This is fake fish. This is, and it's safe for those with shellfish allergens. So what you're getting here is a lot of the omega-3 fatty acids that you wouldn't necessarily get if you didn't like fish or were allergic to it in this Good Catch Tuna.
Have you tried that?
I tried it. It's great.
Is it?
You weren't.
I'm not a tuna guy. I'll taste it, but I'm not. Is this in terms of like health? Is this just as good?
This is nutritionally. It's really great because you get the omega-3s.
Yeah, I'm not a tuna guy.
Okay.
But, if you're into that, you're into that. Thank you. Yeah, we always learn something when you're here. Thank you, Dave Jazinko.
The race to carve up the meat market is heating up. This week, Impossible Foods beefed up its roster of meat alternatives, serving up new plant-based pork and sausage.
So I can see there's the sizzle, you have the fat coming out of it. You can also get the aromas.
Smells like pork, it looks like pork.
All without the pig. Award-winning chef Tracy Desjardins advised Impossible on the new pork.
We're seeing a lot of consumers, especially millennials, who really want to make that choice not to eat animals anymore because of the environmental impact. And this is a product that can satisfy all of their meaty needs.
Okay, here we go.
We were among the very first outsiders to taste test it.
What do you think?
Oh, good.
If you were tasting that side by side with ground pork, would you know the difference?
I don't know that I would.
Yeah.
Impossible says their pork has 0 cholesterol, 40% less saturated fat, and more iron, Meat alternatives are predicted to explode, rising from $14 billion of the global meat industry right now to $140 billion by 2029. Impossible Foods already has lucrative deals with big names like Burger King, Red Robin, and White Castle, with more to come. You'll find competitor Beyond Meat served at Carl's Jr., Dunkin', and select McDonald's, with a major expansion announced last week.
This is what goes into an Impossible Burger.
We first met the founder and CEO of Impossible Foods, Pat Brown, back in 2017, when he showed us how he uses liquid heme made from soy to make their burgers bleed like real beef, the same key ingredient in the new pork. We caught up with him in Las Vegas, where he told us he chose to do pork after beef because it's the most consumed meat in the world.
It's simple ingredients that come from the farm, that come from nature. Nothing weird is done to them, and that are combined to produce a product that we think is like more than the sum of the parts.
His larger focus is pork's negative environmental impact.
When you eat a pound of pork, it's the equivalent of driving about 17 miles in a typical American car.
That's because of greenhouse gas emissions like methane released into the air during meat production. As for your personal health, nutrition specialists like Dr. Vijaya Sarampudi at UCLA say there's no conclusive research yet on whether these juicy alternatives are good for you.
Am I eating something healthy?
Not necessarily.
And why not?
Because it is still technically processed. You still have, the same degree of fat. You have more salt in it.
Sarampudi says meat substitutes like Impossible are so new to the market that more research needs to be done.
We want to know things, long-term things. Does it affect our cholesterol? Does it affect our blood pressure? Does it affect cancer risk? Does it affect heart disease risk?
So bottom line here, what's your recommendation?
So I think anything is fine in moderation, but ideally you would focus on a plant-based diet where you have whole vegetables, whole fruits, whole grains.
Is there a downside to consuming Impossible meat or plant-based meat?
If you love meat and you're going to buy meat, you're much better off from a personal health standpoint, from a public health standpoint, from an environmental standpoint, from an animal welfare standpoint, buying Impossible pork or the Impossible burger. If you want a carrot, eat a carrot.
An ongoing debate leaving consumers with plenty to chew on.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Does it count if it's a watermelon margarita?
Always trying to beat the system.
I'm just asking.
You gotta love Bobby Thomas.
There are people watching that understand. I'm here with one of my favorite people, Joy Bauer, the one and only, who is beautiful on the outside, but just as beautiful on the inside.
Thank you for that.
But you also know so much about what to put inside to help us feel just a touch prettier on the outside. And let's talk about water.
So water's great for 3 different reasons. First is it helps to flush out the toxins that we have within our body. The second thing is that it helps to circulate nutrients and oxygen to all of our skin cells. And it also helps to plump up and firm your skin so that it looks smoother, it looks clearer, it looks truly more beautiful.
I'm gonna try to get more glasses of water in, but if I can't drink the water, how else can I sneak water into my diet?
There's a lot of ways that you can sip water. Reduced sodium broth is fantastic because it's all water and it's got a little bit of flavor. And because you don't want to get a lot of salt along with the water, I would say definitely look for lower sodium brands. And you could do vegetable or you could do chicken. It's all great. Another great thing is green tea. Not only is it giving you great hydration for beautiful skin, but you're also getting antioxidants within the green tea that are fantastic for a glowing complexion. So starting with some fruits, we have grapefruits, watermelon, and strawberries. They are about 90% water.
Watermelon is one of my personal favorites. Is this too sugary? Is there enough water in it?
It is not too sugary. It's got something called lycopene, which is an antioxidant that's really good for your skin, and it also has a lot of vitamin C.
So fruits have a lot of water. What about vegetables?
So some vegetables have even more water content than the fruits we just went over. If you could imagine, cucumbers, lettuce, and celery have about 95% water. I'm gonna show you how to make, I call it a cuculicious dip. This is an easy thing. So this is just yogurt. So it's a single 6-ounce container of any yogurt that you want. I'm using a Greek yogurt because you get like a huge punch of protein, and it's thicker and it's tangier. So now what we're gonna do is grate a cucumber. It could be a regular sized cucumber or one of these minis.
And why do you grate it? Just to get the different texture?
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's perfect for a dip then.
And I can see the water right on the grater.
That's right.
Wild.
And I keep the skin on because you're getting some fiber with that as well. You know, we might as well go for the gusto.
Okay.
So why don't you mix that up? I'm gonna wash my hands. So really we're creating like a tzatziki sauce, right?
My parents had a Greek restaurant forever, so I'm familiar.
Ah,
and I didn't know this was so good for you.
And I'm going to put in a little ground cumin because everything's better with cumin. Do you agree?
I will take your word for it.
Do you like garlic?
I do love garlic.
Okay, good. A little bit of garlic.
Okay.
Nice color, right? And a pinch of some ground black pepper and a little bit of kosher salt. Great. And now the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to chop in some cilantro. But really, you can make this recipe whatever you want. You could put in dill, fresh mint, anything goes, even oregano.
Okay. Beautiful
Here we go.
foods.
There you go. Mix that in.
Okay.
It's pretty, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
There you go. Your girls' night in or your spa day.
You could do this, guys. It's so simple.
So simple.
Let me grab one. Let me test it out for you.
So this is loaded with extra water because of the cucumber.
We have the cucumber within, and then we're dipping it with celery and cucumber.
Okay. So load up on your veggies. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Good.
You came up 101 flights.
Yeah.
How are you with heights?
I love it because I hated it as a kid.
Yeah.
And I don't know about, oh gosh, I'm just remembering now. Like I had such a fear of heights, and growing up in Australia, everyone seems to be jumping off something, going rock climbing. Everyone's doing something to do with heights, roller coasters, and it was a nightmare because I had all older brothers and sisters, so I was trying to keep up with them. And I'll never forget, we went on a school trip. I was probably 12, and it was the first time I'd rock climbed.
Oh, geez.
And so my group were there, and I was the first one up. So I'm halfway up this rock climb, and I freeze. I'm actually just thinking about it. I absolutely froze, and the guy's trying to encourage me, and I can hear snickering from the other 15 kids. And it just got worse and worse. I'm shaking. The guy said, "You're going to have to come down." I said, no, I'm not coming. No, I'm going to get there. And he goes, no, you're coming down. So he lowers me down, and I can just hear the laughter. And I started to cry, and I turned to them and I said, yeah, well, you just wait till you try it. You just wait. You wait. It's really hard. So I come down. They're all like snickering, and one by one, they all
went to
just
the top?
No problem. They just flew up. And for the next 3 years, it literally became. That was the catchphrase. So anything I did in school, and people would be like, well, you just wait till you have to try it. Like, all right, let's do this math test. Well, you wait till you have to try it. And I'm like, never lived it down. So I actually went to the diving board at our school, and I just jumped off it until at lunchtime for like a week until I got over it, and now I love it.
Is that like your philosophy on life? When there's something in the way, you just have to like look it in the eye?
Totally.
And do it?
I was a fearful kid, fearful of heights, fearful of the dark. I never liked being in a house on my own, and then when people say what's your biggest fear, it's fear itself for me, because it just stops you living. It stops you enjoying so many things, and so I just always, if I'm scared of something, if I have to bungee jump, which I now would love, I'll be straight off. Don't think about it, just go.
Wait, you would do that without?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So why have you got one set up?
There's no way
we are 101 floors up. Could be.
I know.
Could be a first.
Well, you're like an action guy too, so you have to kind of
pretend.
you don't really do any of that stuff. How do you teach your kids to overcome fear? Like, what's the way to teach?
That's a really good question. The first thing I teach them now, which I didn't, is to admit it. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to say you're scared. It's not embarrassing to be scared. It's normal. And by the way, sometimes it's a really smart thing to be scared, right? Mm-hmm. As a parent, I think the amount of things I should have been more scared of, you know, but just admit it and don't be harsh on yourself. I think my main message to them now is no good comes out of being harsh. Harshness doesn't really achieve anything. Even with yourself, you can be firm with yourself, you can push yourself a little bit, but do it with more loving ways. So, you know, it's a fine balance, isn't it? Because we all know that there are hurdles in life, and you have to kind of push through them, whether it be the first date, the SAT, whatever that first test. You do have to push through it, but my philosophy is to be kinder about it to yourself.
They were right.
What about you?
Well, you know what though? I want to tell you one thing. They were right. We have a woman who works with me who does hair, and a woman who works with me who does makeup. And they said, when you sit and visit with Hugh, you will never think that he's Hollywood. You'll think he's your friend. And I just want to say that they were right.
Oh, thank you.
They were right. They were right. They're not here.
They're not here. No.
They're not here.
Long
But
time.
they were right. They were right.
Thank you.
So that's such a great trait. Wow. I mean, because it's in this business, it's hard to keep that, I think.
Yeah, well, if you want to ask my guys who are here, they'll give you the opposite point of view.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They're like,
they'll after. There it is. Yeah, listen, I think for me, my first job in anything as an actor, I was 26. So I think it's really hard. I really feel for the kids who become very famous and successful early on in life. I mean, I didn't know. I would say 25 is when I started to get a little bit of a handle on who I was, where I was going. By 26, I mean, X-Men was my first real movie in America. I was 30. Now at 30, you know who you are, right? So if someone hands you for example, Sexiest Man Alive, I only try to mention it once in every interview, Hoda, but I'm like, well, I do remember a good solid 10 years of literally not being noticed and getting turned down at every corner. So it's weird that I'm all of a sudden that guy, you know.
Guy.
So I think it helps having had some rejection and some real life experience.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day. This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Well, I was just thinking about the projects you choose and why you choose them, because you choose so many, you're like such a Renaissance guy. I mean, I see you on Broadway. I saw your one-man show. I thought that was incredible.
Thank you.
See an X-Men. You do all kinds of things. You're about to do The Music Man. You've got this movie that's coming out right now.
Yeah.
So when you're choosing a project, does it have to check a box, or do you go on gut, or what is it?
Gut, more and more. And if there's a box to be checked, I have to be a little bit nervous about it. I have to feel there's a challenge to it. That brings out the best in me. And also it means I know that I'm going to have to grow. You know, if I go, I've done that, I know how to do that, I probably wouldn't say yes. Director and script. So the story, director, the people you're working with are key. And then gut. More and more I trust my gut. And if I look back, the times I've trusted my gut, against all reason, it almost always works out.
All you have to do is follow my voice.
Tell me about Reminiscence. So when this project came to you, I know the director sought you out. I mean, came for you, literally came for you, said, this is for you. What appealed to you about this movie?
Well, first of all, Lisa Joy, who's one of the creators of Westworld, which I was a fan of and I think is amazing. I already knew of her work, so I was already very intrigued. She's an incredibly original, smart voice in our business. And so when she came to me, she did tell me, she said, you know, I wrote this 5 years ago. I wrote this before Westworld, but I knew I wouldn't get the money for it until I had a success behind me. But you were always the one in my mind. Now, whenever someone says that, I presume that Brad's turned it down, but that's fine. But actually, I do believe her. She did say it more than once, even after we'd finished the film. So, and it's incredibly humbling in a way to think that someone is thinking that they know your work or they think they know you. But for me, there was something so original about this story. It grabbed me in that. At the beginning of the story, I feel like I'm playing like a Bogart type of character in like a classic sort of film, and then all of a sudden it goes off, and I'm like, I have no idea where this is going. And that's such a rare thing when you watch a movie or when you read a script, you think, I have no idea where this is going. And I actually rang my agent 20 pages in, and I said, I'm doing this movie. I haven't even finished yet, I'm doing it. Gut.
Well, you play such a broken man. Like in the beginning, you're kind of fooled by you, and then you watch as your character just kind of unravels. How do you get into that head?
Well, it's the real me. I do a lot of work in creating the character. So the thing I ask myself is, if someone had to play me, or if I had to play you, what would I, if